referring to you then.
You say Andrew, it's fine. And count me.
Okay.
That's fine.
Paste. Thermal paste.
Yeah, we'll stand over here.
You want me to move?
Yeah, stand over there. No, you're fine.
Just making sure I bump the tripod.
Yeah, don't do
Still
that.
pointed fine.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
Just wanted to make sure. Is that how we're gonna be reading chat?
Yeah, I mean, if I have any hope of reading chat, that's gonna be how it's gonna be done. Get done.
So these fans, if I recall you saying, could daisy chain?
Not those. That's the Arctic fans. Those I might have to hunt around for a splitter. I've got them. It's not that big a deal.
I was gonna say those definitely aren't gonna reach back to the fan controller back here.
Oh, is there one back there? Oh yeah, I see it. I've got extensions too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's not great. I didn't know you did that.
That's fine.
We'll just pretend that didn't happen.
Now let me look at the bottom of the
Look at
CPU
it.
real
Okay.
quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Make sure we don't have a bent pin.
Yep.
Oh, it would be on the socket. I forgot.
Yeah.
Everything looks good. Might have scratched something, but I mean this still looks immaculate, so I'm really not that worried about it.
Yeah.
Should be fine. Arrow pointing at arrow. Yeah, I mean it kind of has to be that direction anyway. Weird that there's no arrow on the socket though. Unless it's supposed to be... Oh yeah, there it is. It's up there. There. It's locked back in. Yeah, I did that because there was extra thermal paste on the one side of the actual thing. So I wanted to clean that off.
Yeah.
I know we're still going to have to get alcohol and clean the rest of the paste off the top of the chip.
Oh, G10 comment.
i7 10700. Okay.
Can you do it over here? Not sure.
Yeah, I can pin message. Want the I will be reading comments one?
Yeah, pin that.
Message pin. There.
Kind of silly. I can't.
Man, your seat you got there is freaking nice, you know.
Yeah, I mean, for how much that thing costs, I sure hope so.
More than the one that I got?
Oh yeah, that's like a $450 chair.
When you got there?
Yeah.
It
I don't
seems
recommend
worth
it.
it, but
I don't really recommend it, but I mean, if it's something you like,
why don't you like it?
it's hard like a brick. And it's really expensive. The ignition's probably better.
I mean, I still enjoy the chair, don't get me wrong. I think my only somewhat gripe is the back support or whatever constantly falls down. There's no way to like actually set that, and I can understand why they didn't put a set like screw or anything to that, but it's a little annoying. Are you unscrewing the board?
Fix your cable problem. Jesus. Where's the beginning of that cable?
Good question. Don't know.
Let me bring this in a little closer. I don't know. This can leave.
No, that's front light.
This is an RGB controller.
Yeah, it does RGB and fan.
Yeah, we're gonna pull that out. It's gonna go the other way around.
Okay.
And we'll just snake it up like that.
Yep.
That's what we're gonna do.
As you can tell, there's plenty of loose junk right now.
That's fine.
That's gonna have to move when we do the radiator. I just wasn't sure what order you want to do it in. That's front I/O. For some reason, front I/O stuff came out.
That's fine.
I'll have to redo that at some point.
I'd say let's do probably some test fitment of the radiator. Yeah, front I/O can just come out. Let's do test fitment of that. You've got your little fans. Man, those feel nice.
Yeah, they really do. You ever used those fans before?
I mean, I have the high-speed version of them. That's like 4,600 RPM. These are like, what are these, 1150? Something like that is what they said.
Does it not say on the...
No, it says amps. I think it was like 1100 is what you bought.
Yeah, up to 4,000. Those can probably move some air.
Yeah, you got all the pieces for this guy, the radiator?
It's all over in this.
Okay.
All of the screws you need are here for the actual fans.
That's fine. Oh, did you put them all in the same bag?
Yeah.
Didn't they have two sets or no?
Yeah, but the 35 seemed too long. I was running them through
Okay.
the fans and into that, and I'm like, those are going to be way too long. It's going to be excess screw. Even those seem like they might be a little long, but like,
We'll
yeah, see how it goes. So the other ones are way too long because those are the 30s, and they'll give you 30s and 35s.
That's fine.
I need to go back to your Discord messages and all that too.
Don't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
I mean, if you need me doing something, I can...
Yeah, I mean, this is your thing, so I'm teaching you how to do this. So what you want to do is you want to put plugs in all the ones.
Yeah.
Except... I probably... Because we're probably going to put it like that. So that you can do a 90-degree bend right there, and then have your return from the CPU in this corner.
Well, it can't be in the front like that.
What do you mean?
So when it's in the front, the screws aren't going to reach this.
Which screws?
These would have to be screwed in here. They won't reach there, and this would be obscured by the metal. If I remember checking earlier, like underneath it can, but
yeah, I mean it would go like that, right?
Yeah, underneath.
And then where's your fittings?
Right here.
So the no, hold those.
Okay.
Let's get where's all the? That's in the graphics card box.
Oh yeah, you're looking for those fittings.
Yeah. I would put these. Just set that aside. It's not gonna get used again. And these probably put them in the bag or something.
Sure.
If you need, I've got snack bags and junk.
This works. I don't know what this bag was for, but it's getting used for this now.
And this one.
Did that as well. I don't know what happened to the screws for it, but
So then I would just take this, put your 90 on there, and you just kind of hold that, and let's just, I mean, does that fit?
those are technically have to go out that way anyway, and then be routed into the case somewhere else.
Yeah,
Ideally.
probably. What is... Oh, it's the fitting. Okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Does their hard drive thing come out or no?
This bottom sheath.
No, this thing. Does that come out?
It might.
Yeah, it does. How attached are you to your hard drive?
I mean, it could just be free floating in the case, honestly. So, in terms of it being in there, I mean, it's a hard drive, so it probably shouldn't be free floating, but,
I mean, I could stick it in the server.
might be able, yeah, if I could just evac whatever data's on there, I might be able to just make it work not having the hard drive anymore.
Yeah, because if this is gonna fit, that's not gonna work.
Screwdriver.
Yep, here you go.
Guess we'll get the drive out first.
I'll just pull the drive out entirely. Well, does it only hold in from one side?
That's what I thought. Nope. Well, then yeah, it's just put that back in, I guess, and take it out of the sheath eventually.
I'm just
But
gonna get you a bowl for screws.
actually, this one doesn't need the screws to come all the way out. They're just pressure
Yeah, it's a
rubber.
yeah. Just loosen a little bit and should just kind of lift off. Needs to go this way. Just drag this.
Well, that one came out a little too far, but that's okay. Hey, don't lose that. It's gonna sound kind of funny, but honestly, that's a delete that should have been done even without liquid cooling. That opens up getting to the power supply so much. Getting into that power supply to even put in the Molex power we were talking about earlier was a nightmare.
Yeah, that works. Okay, so let's test fit that. Remember, the fitting has to go on there. Yeah, you can just pull it out the way. It probably will work still through there. You would just pull it to that side.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just get it out of the way. Its own cable for 3 little LEDs, huh?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, alright.
Leanne Lee late
Yeah.
color.
Let's say, yep, it's over there, so now you can see it.
If anything, pulling that out would almost make sense, though, since, like you said, I'm not going to want to use that RGB header since I'm pretty sure it's just set to rainbow, and I don't know where to reset that.
Oh, let's see if the tubing will pass through.
Here.
That's some nice tubing. I like that. I mean, time will tell for sure, but
The good news is I'm not really going to notice if it becomes cloudy or not, because
I mean, you
it's
should
gonna be dark green.
You should check. Well, that's true too.
I'm not going to be able to see through the fluid one way
Yeah.
or another without a
I mean,
flashlight.
I don't know. You can look at that. Tell me
It seems fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's watching, but we can kind of go like that. It'll just kind of sneak through there.
Yep.
So pull that back off. Very, very difficultly. Ow. So yeah, now what you want to do is wind all this up.
Oh, this is the graphics card accessories. Can you get by me?
No, you're fine. Just stand over here. Yeah, now you want to take these, and we're going to plug every single hole. That is not this and that. And if you want a coin, this coin should work. It's Canadian.
I thought they're only supposed to be hand tightened.
I mean, coin's fine. I mean, even has a slot for it. It's metal on metal, so it's, you know, you're not screwing it.
As long as it's not, what is it, stainless on...
Impact driver.
Well, that too, but there's also metals that will bite into each other. Like, I think it's stainless on brass or something, where stainless will chew its own way through and make new grooves that'll cross-thread and ruin everything.
It's like a, kind of like a welding effect, I think.
And then all you get to do is snap the bolt and rebore the hole.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, it seems fine then. This one can be a straight, right?
Yes. And just, you don't have to worry about it cracking it. It's, yeah, it's metal.
This one free rotates, huh?
Yes. That's a rotary 90.
Oh man, that's all hacked up.
It's fine. Yeah, that's where my knuckle went almost through it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's fine.
Okay, I mean,
No.
yeah, you can still see through the fence. It's not.
I mean,
the
the only
end
thing
of
you have to worry about is like driving a screw through the middle part.
Yeah, breaking the liquid channels would just about ruin the radiator instantly.
It's fixable, but you're probably gonna pay somebody more than the entire radiator costs to fix
Yeah.
it.
It's
To
better off replacing it.
braze that again. Yeah. Okay. I mean, how does that fit? Does it fit okay?
Yeah, it fit fine before. I guess now we just need to get the fans up on top of the case and then
Yeah. Let's get one. I'll pick.
whatever.
Yeah. You just throw them in the bowl.
Those are hex heads.
That's fine.
I need to go get the Allen wrench.
If they gave you one, if not, I got some.
Yeah, they gave an Allen wrench. They just put it in the bag with all the small ones because, like I said, the intended installation here is small screws to the... What do you need, Allen?
The tool, yeah.
It's meant to be small screws to the case and then long screws to the fans on the opposite side, but
Screw.
whatever. They, however they want to do it, right?
Yeah, just, you know,
This will still function. It's definitely going to secure it.
don't long screw the short hole. That's how you kill your iPhone.
Yeah, the Louis Rossman special.
Yeah, Louis Rossman special. The New Yorker we
You've seen far too
need,
much
but
of
don't deserve. How does that go? We don't have to put them on.
Something
I'm just fitting them.
Okay.
But
Well, you
yeah.
just want to do 2 per fan then for now?
I'm just gonna put one fan in there, in case we
Okay.
need to take it out, right?
Sure.
And then I mean, how does that look? That look okay? That's won't come out.
It's still plugged into the fan header, but
Yeah, we'll disconnect that. Let's see what you got on. Smooth McGroove, man.
yeah.
It's been a while since I've watched one of his things.
Same, honestly. It was a shirt I got out of a grab bag. Shirts were like $5 a pop or something like that.
Man,
Yep.
are you crazy? Where's the stainless steel bracket? You got that thing still?
Oh, the Qualis bracket?
Yeah. I guess leave it up so you can see the comments. I think there's like one person watching, but yeah. No, don't sit there and stare at it, but you know.
I know.
Let's see. So it'll go kind of like that, kind of like this. Yeah. No,
Opposite way.
the other way.
It'd have to be risen. Well, it'd have to be on the riser side of it.
What do you mean?
It's gonna have to be... Flip that bracket around.
This way?
No. Like that.
Oh yeah. You're right. That's Sorry.
But otherwise, yeah, you had the orientation right on the block.
Where's the little bolts for this guy?
That's a good question. It's not in there. I think it's still in here. Yeah. That's that, but we need this.
Yep, need that. Alright.
So I believe that's the hardware bag for that. No, that hardware bag came with the reservoir. I need the hardware bag specifically that came
Watch
with.
the tripod's right behind you.
Is that still in the box? Yeah, this. This is what you want.
Okay.
That's the hardware kit specifically for the mounting bracket.
I mean, it looks kind of sort of ish the same, but it's not. And then you get this, and it's gonna kind of go with that side. So what you do is you.
Did you already put the rubber O-ring in?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay. So that goes in first, then.
This whole mess gets untangled. There's kind of no great way to do that. And you get your ring. Something shifting that I moved over there. You get your ring. And put an alpha cool pump on a aqua computer reservoir.
That seems to be the MO of this entire build.
That's fine. I mean, mine's kind of like that too. It's a whole blend of XSPC and EK and Alpha Cool and kind of this, that, and the other. So the inlet outlets are over there. So this will go kind of like that.
Does the orientation of the pump matter?
I mean, just for the cords. Otherwise, it's symmetrical. You can put it in any orientation you want.
Fair.
I just want it to be on that side, so it can go straight down like that.
Yeah.
And then, where's these things?
This.
Which one's the one that came?
This is the mounting bracket case. So this is stuff specifically meant for the mounting bracket.
Yeah, this is for the pump.
Yeah, I would assume so, because that came out of the reservoir box, so.
Yeah, so you should get your little bolts, and maybe this will fit too. Hope and pray? Yeah, how about that?
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Unified. Do we not need these black spacers?
That is probably for, given what they're shaped like, that's probably for the mounting holes right there. That's probably what that's for.
Interesting.
If I had to take a good guess.
Yeah, because like you said, I mean, very similar parts to what they gave with the mounting bracket itself. Meaning they know that the thing would have to be mounted. The mounting bracket is, I guess, just a formality of a thing that they provide.
Something or other.
At cost. Out of the niceness of their heart, they'll sell it to you.
Yeah, I mean, it costs us money.
You know.
And you get this.
So this is Alpha Cool too.
Yeah.
The black.
Let's see, I never had one that had bolts. Mine usually had a ring.
Screw it in?
Yeah, it had a collar that was a ring and had threads on this thing. And you just kind of turn the whole thing and it would kind of secure it down.
So you've never had the specific Aqualis?
I've never had a product from these people, honestly. I mean, it's glass, so
That's the part that matters.
that's my run requirement, is it better be glass and not plastic. Because plastic sucks.
It's cheap.
Yeah, you would think.
Is it not?
You're not saving that much money going into plastic over glass at this point. I mean, it used to be like It was kind of hard to find glass ones, but now it seems like you can get a whole bunch of different choices. I mean, they had these. I mean, I have XSPC. I think Heat Killer had some, actually, on Mod My Mods.
Heat Killer.
Yep. Unga Dungas, 3 Unga Dungas.
You're not doing it in the X pattern, though.
Already
For
did.
extra speed.
Extra speed.
Yeah.
Use your
X for extreme.
Use your pneumatic torque wrench. Yeah. When you hear the crack, it's good. It's good, you know. Right?
Something like that.
Something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know how you feel about that.
I don't know that I like that anymore.
Yeah. You apologize for the outburst.
Something like that.
Yeah. You go this way.
So then I guess I'll assume that these are all meant to be the parts that go from the bracket into.
Yeah, these
thing.
spacers are the same.
But these must be the washers, nuts, bolts. To
Yeah.
get the thing attached to the case.
That's a good question. Do you?
Yeah, probably.
They
like
don't
that.
have a manual for this thing, do they?
I think it did.
Well, for the yeah, I suppose for that. Yeah, I mean, where do they want the spacers?
Because this definitely didn't come with it, and this is not helping. Let's see if there's anything else in the box that fell out.
Oh,
Not looking great. For instructions. The instructions are.
okay. I mean, that reaches.
Yeah, it just talks about installing the D5 pump motor, but it doesn't talk about.
Yeah, I think these are. We're gonna put the washers in there because it doesn't work the other way.
Yeah. That's kind of what I figured it would have to be.
I'm only gonna install 2 of them. Well, we'll put all the washers in, but I'm only gonna put 2 bolts in because this is probably gonna come out. I don't know. This microphone's not super sensitive like that. These are the same bolts that it came with, yeah. So all that hardware except these came with it already.
Yeah. Oh, look at that! It even gives pressure washers.
What?
Washer.
Were they locking or something?
No, that-
split washers?
Something like that. It's a crush washer of sorts. It's got like a raised bit.
Yeah.
So I need to separate. It's definitely a crush, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how this is supposed to go.
No, that's the only washer like that. There's just a bunch of extra
Does it just keep going down?
washers.
Yeah, okay. I thought I was gonna break it, but no. Just have to give it the extra turn. Click.
Yep.
And that'll kind of sit. USB, we'll figure it out later. Come out.
Yeah, maybe can route it around the reservoir later on.
Yeah. And then this will have to get that pulled taut.
Just up until you snap the 24 pin off the board.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the board having a bad day.
That is correct.
Those also being a problem.
Sort of. It's like not perfectly cable managed is part of the issue.
I did my best to try and clean it up, but yeah, unfortunately, it's
Yeah, it's fine.
it's a bit of a mess back there.
We're just gonna delete that. We'll figure it out later. What's this? Okay, that's outside. Okay, so it's just those. And then it would kinda something's hitting. Oh, it's the 24 pin still. Yeah, you are a problem, aren't you?
Is there a 90-degree 24-pin adapter?
They exist. I'm trying to think of other ways we could deal with that.
Could route it from a different direction, maybe from up top.
Possibly.
And do that because for air cooling, it would take up a whole lot of extra case space getting it routed, but
Yeah.
be able to go through up top.
No.
I mean, maybe it's a problem we address after getting the reservoir in.
I don't think it'll be like that. EATX power? I don't know about that. That's serviceable, I think. Right?
Seems fine.
I mean, I hope you don't need more SATA ports. Well, I mean, you could probably put this over.
I mean, I can't
If
use
you-
1 and 2, but the final one, it's not really a big deal. I have 3, and as was already evidenced, I pulled a hard drive, so I have a spare.
And you have no more SSD spots.
Yeah, I would have to have a free-floating SSD, which I might do at some point to replace the hard drive, but I'm not worried about it right now.
Yeah.
I have that external SSD that's mostly empty at this point, so most of that hard drive data is probably going to get evac'd onto that, and it'll be fine. If we can get this to work, that's more important to me at this point. I don't think there's anything too pressing on that hard drive.
Yeah, let's make sure the CPU block will fit. Let's set this aside. This looks like this could be okay. Let's get some alcohol.
I don't think it should not fit. I mean, I've already lined up the holes, and they match.
Let's get our paper towels.
Isopropyl.
Yep. Where's that? I can take the thing off. Oh, did it come off? Oh no, it's fine.
No.
Let's see. That's a bad sign if you took it off and it's still showing the text.
Yeah, warning.
I'd be like, yeah, that's not great.
It'd probably be a sign that somebody left the
Need more bolts.
thing on and left it hot. assembly kits here.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you need the first and foremost thermal plate.
Not quite yet. But yes. We're probably gonna use something else. That's old as shit and unbranded.
Where do you want it dumped out into? Probably not the same bowl, I imagine.
No, it's that right over there.
That was the only thing.
There's one over there. Washer. Is the manual with this thing too?
The manual's in here. I think that's the one you want.
Let's just make sure. Okay. So.
Goodness.
I'm not a fan of this mounting system. But it'll work. I don't know why they don't have you use this.
What, they don't want a back plate at all?
It's not even listed.
I mean, obviously you need the back plate.
I mean, not necessarily. I don't know. Let me see what's in there. Goodness.
I think that's the right hole.
Probably. Yeah, there was a piece of foam with this. Square piece of foam. Can you find that? It's upstairs. Unless you brought it down. It's just like a little square piece of foam like that. That's on the table.
Oh yeah, I don't think I have that.
Yeah, it's up there.
I don't know about that either, but I'll see what I can find.
Yeah, it's a real small piece of foam.
What's this for?
That's for the back plate, so it doesn't short out against the board. Right. That's it.
There needs to be extra space.
Well, this is metal.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that makes sense now. Wasn't the old back plate metal?
Probably had a plastic liner on it, almost assuredly.
Where was the back plate?
I don't think this peels off. No, it does. I probably chucked it somewhere. Oh, it's on top of there.
I mean, that's... Ah, I see. So there's spacers here with
Yeah.
plastic.
Oh. And then they have using washers here too. This is patently not fun. I would say this is patently not fun.
So much extra.
No, it's not extra.
I mean, if that's already sitting at above, then the plastic or the thing there shouldn't be needed.
If you tighten it down too much or more, enough to squish the foam too much, you might have a bad day. I would think.
So I guess what'll be the plan here? Get it.
Probably
secured back
stand it
here.
up. Just stand up on its feet. You've lost almost all your feet. Here's your tomb foam feet. Those are gone.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. This case has been
Around the block, apparently.
around a little bit.
Yeah.
But I didn't think it'd been that far around the block.
Seeing too much action.
Apparently.
Yeah. Been through a war zone.
Yeah, Call of Duty Warzone.
Yeah. Please no. This is not very user friendly. There's a reason this is so cheap.
Functional, but
That's the hope and dream. Yeah. Functional, cheap. I'm going to give you some different thermal paste. That's known and not ancient.
And there still should be stuff in there too. I guess I could go grab, but or we could use the stuff from the GPU, right?
Let's just save that for now.
They usually give you too much anyway.
No, let's get this on camera so people can say, "Oh, you put too much. You put too little."
What's your design that you go with?
Oh, just a P in the middle. But this is not working super great. Yeah, whatever.
You don't go with the X pattern or the circle or any of that fancy.
I prefer
Jazz.
whole tube.
Uh,
Yeah.
so it's oozing out the sides and all over the
Yeah.
board.
Something like that.
I thought you had a black board. Well, it was before all the thermal paste got all over it. Now it's a gray board.
Yeah, they want you to do
Another washer, a spacer. It looks like.
They give you one nut. One nut?
No.
Just one.
So they want one of the plastic washers, then
A metal one.
nut. No, it looks to be plastic, metal nut, metal washer, spring, and then the big
Yeah.
knob.
So we can preload some of that. I'm going to have to do it because you have to hold it from the other side. Otherwise you're just going to knock it out the back. And well, that's not great.
No. I mean, I guess I'll just set this stuff aside where you can easily access it.
What if you want me to do it any of it, you just let me know and I'll step aside.
I mean, I'm fine with getting in there and, yeah, I can't find the last plastic one. I don't know where it went. Should be one more plastic one, shouldn't there?
Yeah, probably. That's not super great. Oh,
Yeah, sure it didn't.
I'm gonna guarantee you're not gonna find that on the ground. I could dig around the bin, see if I've got some extra plastic ones.
Might find it. Yeah. Up on it just about.
I'm gonna dig first.
Okay.
I'm probably not gonna find that.
Oh, found it.
You found it?
Yeah. I think it was underneath where you were standing.
Could be.
One sec, I'm trying to get. It's like a little plastic hanging thing off of it. Not that it matters that much, but.
Make sure these thread onto these before we go through all that trouble.
Boy, that'd be frustrating if they didn't.
Not very reassuring. But let's grab this. Hold the other side. That is not very well tapped, but it will work.
It's at least finding threads.
Yeah. Oh, metal washer for that one, top right.
It's not where the metal washer is supposed to go.
What do you mean?
These are supposed to be nuts. Use the metal nuts, then metal washer, spring, after putting that on.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wait, I can't
You can see if you look close enough, those are nuts
okay.
up there. So those
Yeah.
have to be the metal washers.
Oh, okay. Well,
Or those are washers up top, so those have to be the nuts down below.
that's a little easier.
Yeah, now you just have to get the washers off, but...
I mean, I'll say this is one of the most inconvenient designs I've seen until I saw that nut, and I was like, well, that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. Gotta make those bolts stand up a little more evenly.
Yeah, so you're not having to hold it and kind of wrestle it in there.
I can get the next two if you want.
Yeah. This is where I wish I had Allen screwdrivers instead of just, you know, these 90-degree little things.
Ew.
Okay, I'll let you play with that.
That's a little cattywampus.
Yep. It's not the most brilliant design I've seen. I mean, you don't expect a whole lot for something that's $30.
Yeah.
When it costs less than the Noctua cooler that it replaces it.
Trying to get that as tight as I can. It's
I
hard
mean,
to
get
my
as tight
hand
as you
in
can,
there.
and then that's good enough. It ain't going nowhere. It's not holding your house together.
Unless it is, in which case you might want to re-architect the whole thing.
Yeah. Kind of spread that up there. A little bit. How do you work? Do you work? Yeah, you do. I normally don't do this, but it's kind of fallen off, which is not super great.
Getting artistic with it now.
Yeah, well, it's not cooperating. Shouldn't have applied it vertically is the big problem.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would run down quite like that. That's pretty crazy. Never again. We're just gonna call that good enough.
The other spots that it got on aren't really a big deal, right?
No, it's non-conductive. And then what?
So
No,
next,
then what?
next would be the metal
The
washers.
bracket? No, the bracket? Or do we need more?
Yes, next is
Okay.
bracket.
So this whole thing goes on.
Then metal bracket, spring, and then these turn
What
buckles.
metal brackets? The
metal washers, then
okay.
screw. Or spring.
Some other. Oh man, well, I would only buy this if you got no money. This is the worst that I've put in. I mean, it probably works, but it's not fun.
God, this things suck like that. Keep getting stuck on each other. It's already on.
I don't know how far you're. I'll say I don't know what you're doing, but you better calm down.
What do you mean?
Well, it's going like that.
Oh, was it? I
yeah,
couldn't see it actually starting to put pressure down.
Yeah, you're also staying in front of the camera. Like completely.
Point.
This shit's not tight. Yeah, it doesn't matter. This one's not tight though, so we're gonna have to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, since I couldn't get a tool in there and my fingers couldn't get into that small space, I couldn't really do a good job of tightening that one down.
That's fine.
Bit annoying.
Very agree.
Yeah.
Let's back that off a little bit. This one's tight. Okay, that one's far enough in.
Any real way to know when enough's enough with this?
I mean, as long as it's putting pressure down on it, and then, I mean, give it a couple extra turns, because then the springs are kind of doing its thing.
Yeah.
Kind of like tortilla bolts. Except you're not actually irreversibly changing it.
Yeah.
Well, that fits.
I wonder what those other things were for.
Probably LGA 2011. It didn't even list it. Yeah, that's probably LGA 2011. Which has the ILM actually has threaded inserts right there already. Yep, and this. Okay, well that.
I guess next would probably be graphics card.
Yep. So I'd say probably put that on the ground. And you're going to need the space for the graphics card.
This is the part I imagine is going to be the most difficult.
Yep, these cannot stay like that. That is going to get hella lost.
You don't want to lose it all?
I mean, it's up to you. I don't recommend it.
We can just weld the Qualis to the tank.
Yeah, with what welder?
Oh no, you don't have a spot welder?
No. Harbor Freight's still open. You can go get it.
The Harbor Freight welding special.
I do have an anti-static thing you could kind of put that on. Not super great, but...
So it looks like we'll need a star bit as well as Phillips. I think. I don't know if this needs to come free or not. I will look momentarily. Sure.
Let's see.
So these little ones are star, but everything else seems to be Phillips.
Yep, those probably gonna have to come out. You get you a bag for that. Because you're gonna lose that if you don't.
Good.
Want to know what that was?
Probably not. It's fine.
Wasn't me, was it?
No.
Okay.
It's absolutely me, but it's fine.
So there's that. Need.
It's the bag for all the screws.
Yeah.
So do you usually take these apart by a diagram, or do you just kind of...
You just take it all off. See, does this fit? Yeah, be very careful, but that's a T5. T5. And then don't use that, use something smaller. Probably like that.
2. What is this?
That's a number 2. This is like this is a double O. This is a 0. Yeah, so there you go. 0 will work. T5 will work. Very slowly take all that out. And there's stuff over here too.
Guess it doesn't really matter where the screw came from.
Not really.
Not really any way to keep track of that anyhow.
The block's gonna use its own fasteners anyway. Wherever they went. I'm assuming you have them somewhere.
I wonder what P mode versus Q mode is. Performance versus quiet.
Probably. It's just a dual bias thing, I would imagine.
It's been on P mode this entire time. Didn't even realize that was on the card, to be honest. Guessing this little white thing here is a void warranty.
Yeah, and it's not legally enforceable in this country.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are there countries where they can legally enforce that?
Not the EU. That's definitely legal there. But yeah, you just threaten lawsuit against them, and they'll pretty much buckle because.
Okay. That's fair. I figure we shouldn't go
Way too
after
large.
that just yet.
I mean, yeah, I would get all the side ones, but yeah, it's just tight. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That is some dark ass coolant.
Damn, these are some long screws. Just a lot of threads. Is that machine thread? Looks like
Probably.
it. Alrighty. Seems like it was everything. Oh, these two.
Yep, you gotta get everything off. This is done with that. filter, we'll just set that aside.
Ah, you.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of
Do these ones need to come out?
not for the back plate, but yeah, I mean that should.
Unless there's something I'm missing.
Oh.
Do these need to come out?
Those definitely do.
These
There.
two?
Yeah. Those definitely need to come out. I'd probably just take all of them out. Yeah, just take those two out for now. Let's see what that does. You're gonna take the back off, not to like just lay it back down. Just kind of wiggle it back and forth from both sides. See if you can find where it's binding.
This doesn't seem like it's pretty much all.
If not, I'll look at it and don't force it.
I know.
I'd say that's completely out, I think, isn't it?
Like the bind is somewhere around here, but
God, if they put screws under there or something. I don't think. Let me see. Just let's straight spots for a second.
probably.
Let's just see. Oh, there's thermal pads or something here.
At the back of the card?
Yeah.
Should have bought the active backplate.
Yeah. Well, there's no RAM on the back, so it's. I mean, it can help, but like.
It's not needed.
Yeah.
It's a metal backplate anyway, right? So like thermal should just kind of get through there anyhow.
Where's all the hardware for that?
It's all in the.
Oh, we do need to find. No, it's not. Well, start removing things out of the equation that we don't need.
Can't be this because this is for the mounting bracket.
Hold the box. That's actually mine.
Oh, it's all in here.
Okay. I'll say just make sure you have it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where's the instructions for it too? I can promise you it came with some.
Yeah.
Okay.
That should be in there.
Start opening that. And then yeah, these are just tight. And yeah, it's gonna be kind of like color by number. You has the numbers of which pad to put where, and you kind of just slowly match it all up.
You put the pads. Okay, on the card and on the thing.
Whatever it says. Their directions are pretty good.
I guess we'll start with one. Put the hardware on a static mat. Begin disassembling the original cooler.
Yeah, they don't tell you how. They're just like, take it apart. What's with these? Oh,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Step one of a road trip. Get there.
Yeah.
Second part of the trip. Complain about how long it took to get there. Clean the hardware, thermal paste and pad residue with a solvent, e.g. isopropyl alcohol.
That's fine.
Step 2. Clean the contact surfaces on the bottom side of the cooler with alcohol or similar. Surface must be free of contaminants. Remove the protective foils from the thermal pads and place the pads on the copper block as shown. So, where's the block itself? Up there.
Yeah, I think all these screws are gonna have to come out.
It does definitely look like its own certain kind of pretty.
Yeah. Do your green LEDs with that thing.
I might just go white. Hope that it lights and gets enough light through the coolant to actually show the green.
I mean, they'll sell you LED bars.
So this is how it's pictured.
Yeah, this goes out towards the outside of the case.
So I guess first thing is getting these. This is for cooler. The other one I assume is for the back plate.
Okay.
Weird though, because they have those you put those pads on the PCB, and then interesting.
These cards just keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah. One of these days, they'll just have a graphics PC and a performing, what do you call it? Computing PC.
Something like that.
Send back and forth between the two.
Yeah.
So we got a couple long pieces, a few fat pieces, one shorter, and two squares.
Okay, there it
So
is.
should I rub this down with isopropyl alcohol first? Do you think it's good?
I mean, you can. I gotta get this thing disconnected somehow.
I think the connector was up front somewhere.
There be two of them.
Yeah, I saw that one. Where's the isopropyl alcohol?
Over here. Just watch the tripod.
And paper towel.
Let me get some tweezers. Actual tweezers.
All kinds of stuff behind from the actual paper towel.
Look, tweezers. Actual tweezers. That's a bad dig at the Verge.
Why would the Verge do?
No, it's a video for another time.
Oh, yeah, that's probably fair.
Yeah, these are not fun. I'm gonna use a razor blade, honestly.
It's scratched, but it doesn't really matter.
Razor blade. And very carefully. Slice that off. Never had to use a razor blade on a graphics card, but I don't know how you're supposed to do it. Just be careful, don't drop on the ground.
Yeah, it's a bad day.
Yeah, I mean, I've got solutions for that, but don't
Don't intentionally
cause problems, tear up the neighborhood, you know? Yeah, my
we
favorite
can
activity.
fix mistakes, don't make them.
Yeah, mistakes can be fixed. Many mistakes can be fixed, but try not to make them.
Okay, so let's. Seems that getting it closer to the bottom is more important.
That's some nasty, nasty pad. It's like not even like there's like no tackiness to this pad at all. It's like dry as fuck. Come on, Aces.
part of their ROG line, dude. That's for gamers.
Are you a gamer?
Uh-oh.
Are you a gamer girl?
I don't know that I want to answer these questions
Do you
anymore.
power wash your cards and then sell them on eBay?
I feel like I'm being put on the spot now. Should I power wash this before you put it back in the system?
No. Not today. Man, those thermal pads are terrible.
The ones that were on the card by default?
I mean, look at this. It's just... I mean...
Oh, that look... Yeah, that's
when you get done with that, feel one of the... Like, just feel this one, and, like, it's awful.
You think that's why the card's thermals by default are a little more on probably the mass side?
I mean, from what you... I mean, yeah, from what you described... I mean, what were you getting before you power capped it?
I mean, it was going almost over 100 regularly.
I mean, like, the paste isn't even that bad. I'll put it up there so they can see the paste.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that almost feels like Play-Doh.
Yeah. Paste isn't that bad.
Especially this side. It's rough and very solid.
Yeah.
It's not sticky like this is. I don't know if that's an age and heat thing or if that was how it was from factory, but...
Oh, if it is an age thing, that's pretty bad. If it's not, then it's also
it's
bad.
Still pretty bad.
It's
but
still pretty bad.
It's a different bad?
Come on, Asus.
Oh, come on. How did that even happen?
Just take your time.
The plastic got, like, cut in the middle somehow there.
Alpha Cool. It's a budget option. I'll tell you that. Having owned one of those. It does work, but it is very...
What if it had been even in the same realm of price off to get the EK, then I probably would have. But the fact that EK's is still full price.
Yeah, EK's like, what, 3-4 times the... No, it's like...
Then what this was marked off? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you paid like, what, 70 for that?
Yeah, before tax, I think it was in the mid-60s.
Yeah.
Oh, that corner of that pad's a little donked up.
Just don't totally screw the pooch. It'll be fine if it's a little...
This is all I'm talking about, that corner.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. That's not a big deal.
Getting there. Look at how much cleaner that looks.
Yeah, I mean...
Just for it to soon get muddied right back up.
Well, that's not going to muddy it. Those are, like, actually decent. My card, I'm not going to do it to yours, but my card, I just kind of sprayed down the entire card.
Is there any reason not to do that?
I mean, it leaves residue that kind of looks like water damage. But, I mean, it works. Honestly, get a Q-tip. So just let me know if the audio is any good.
Liquid cooling on the washing machine. Yeah, I mean...
It's at a decent height. It's not perfect height, but it's better than working at a kitchen table.
I mean, where else do you think the liquid's going to come from?
I don't know if you want to ask that question.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it could go down a bad rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think we're just going to spray that a little bit.
As long as it remains the rabbit hole and nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah, Q-tip probably works a little better. Agitate that, get it off.
is annoying. There we go. I don't love that. I don't have to do though. Alright, well, complete. Front padding should be done.
Drop the plastic backer.
Boy, that sucks.
That's by your foot.
See the screws here too. I don't know what those screws are to, but definitely would prefer not to lose them.
You don't want to lose them up your foot? Probably not from this adventure. Based on what those look like.
Hopefully. And that's a spare pad, I guess. Guess they presume that you're gonna maybe make a mistake with the square pad, given how small it is. And
Might be for 3090. Because I think this block goes on 3090 as well.
yeah, but it 3080, 3090 is same application spots, according to that.
Oh, okay.
I would assume, because down here is 3080 versus 3090.
I mean, just double, triple check it. I mean, just hold it.
I mean, we've got
You got
4, 3, 2, 2, 1, 5.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
it. That must just be a spare pad.
Yeah.
Which that square pad does seem like it could be rather annoying. So
Yeah.
probably for the best to provide a second. What does that even go to?
What?
The square pad up top. That?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's bottomed.
Oh, this is the bottom of the...
This is,
yeah.
This is the bottom of the card.
Yep. So what type of modules are those?
VRAM.
What's all
VRAM.
the stuff on this? So those are VRAM
Power.
too.
This is power.
Power
These are,
management.
yeah, for core and RAM, and then it's got more over here too. Probably a small portion of this is RAM, and then the rest of it's to drive the core. If I had to take a guess. I mean, yeah, it's a beefy card, but yeah, apparently according to you, the stock cooling's garbage.
I mean, it was not fantastic. The fact that without any overclocking provided to it, and mind you, that is a card that they sell with the intent of being able to get more clock out of it. The
Yep.
base clock was cooking itself, at least in my case. Now, I can't say for certain that Leanne Lee's case is
I don't think it's the case's fault.
optimal. Plus, I think it might also not be helping that I have a CPU fan and a case fan that were pulling air up to the top of the case, so maybe less air was getting to the graphics card, but outside of blaming that, it kind of has to be blamed on the cooling solution of the card.
Yeah.
Man, what a mess that is.
Yep.
So does NVIDIA make that chip?
Yeah. NVIDIA makes a chip, they sell it to Asus or whoever, and then they fab the board, yeah.
Oh,
NVIDIA doesn't
really?
make the card.
Okay.
Yeah, they just make the core and provide.
They do make their own boards, but only for the founders' cards.
Yes.
Now, is it true the whole thing they say about founders' cards are like the cards made by the manufacturers other than the founders, that they have to, like, keep it within a certain spec, that they can't go crazy with it like apparently they used to?
From what I've been told and read, NVIDIA's pretty strict on like deviating from like certain parameters. So like back in the day, some I don't remember who would do it, but like there were some that like there was no such thing as a dual GPU something, but one of the board partners would make it, and like it would have like a PCI Express switch on the board and show up as two cards, and that's the kind of stuff that NVIDIA does not allow anymore. That and like crazy like excess power, like 4 or 5 8 pins or something like that. So what people are doing is like shunt mods, so like there's current sensing resistors somewhere in here, and they will modify that with something on top of it to make it read lower, so it starts pouring more power into the card. It's pretty crazy.
How kosher is that?
I mean, it's for LN2.
Okay.
You're not doing that normally.
I was gonna say that's gonna get brutally hot, right?
Yeah. Not great for the card, but then again, you're not running that 24/7 anyway.
And you're not really trying to get that card to last 10 years. You're trying to get that card to put a record on the board.
Yeah. I do not like this pad material.
Almost kind of, sort of like steroids. You're not looking to get longevity out of the career, but of what you can get, hopefully it goes well.
Oh, fuck. These are over here, too.
What?
These over here.
Oh. So would you say this is probably the most annoying part about
liquid cooling?
Yeah.
Ooh, it's contender for top spot, I would say.
What would you put up there with it?
Case modifications and crap like that.
Yeah, I'm still not looking forward to the fact that we gotta
Drill a couple holes.
We still have to drill the holes in order to get the mount to work.
That's not that big a deal.
I just hope it goes smoothly.
Yeah.
And we gotta watch out for metal shavings getting...
We're gonna probably pull the board out. What?
That's fine. It's just gonna... Maybe I should get on that while you're doing this then.
I would not do that on the floor.
No.
I mean, do you really think that's a good idea? I would do it. Just take time.
Yeah.
I would just take your time. So then this... You're 100% on this, right?
I mean, that's the orientation they got in there. The only other thing you need to do is put the stuff on the card, and then we're screwing it in. Just following the instructions.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. It's nothing too crazy.
Clean the bottom, clean the contact surfaces, put the things on as needed, which we did. With the help of the plastic strip or similar, spread a thin layer of thermal paste on the GPU. The layer should be less than a millimeter thick, otherwise the surrounding components may be contaminated unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Place the graphics card on the prepared cooler, fasten the card as shown with 6 M2X5 screws with M2 washers. Sure ain't that. That's the RGB control, fan control. What the? Oh, that's that. Could have used that earlier instead of a coin. That's the mounting bracket for the Equalis. That's the other thing. That was from I don't know what.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a mess, and it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess since it's non-conductive, if we were looking at liquid metal, this, but I mean, I'm not looking for that level of cooling and performance.
It's also a hassle. You have to be very careful with it, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Torture card. Torture.
Yeah.
Liquid metal would be an interesting adventure maybe on 40 series, and maybe if I had the money to be able to
what else is...
just put it down, screws and washers.
You want to figure that out, or you want me to try and do it?
I can do it. I'm mostly just confused why there seems to be a difference between 3080 and 3090 there, but I guess it really didn't matter.
Different board design, ostensibly.
But the way they have it pictured, it's like... I mean, you can look at that while I start putting in screws, but tell me the difference between A and B. Oh, look at that. They were even nice enough to put the washers in a
Separate
little
bag.
separate baggie.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of difference there.
Are they supposed to be the one with springs?
Yeah.
Looks like? Okay.
Really, all of them. Yeah, you got a whole bunch of spring-loaded things. Yep, and if you need the, here's a set of tweezers you can use. I'll clean them off.
So where's the first of these go?
Here's your tweezers if you want them.
This is showing the front of the card.
It's oriented that way.
It's showing. That's all the stuff from the front. So I guess
Actually,
I'm
wait a
gonna
minute.
have to just kind of approximate.
Okay, then the back plate. Okay, so
It's just weird the way they're picturing this. That's all the stuff from the front. So I'm trying to look at the back, but I guess.
Yeah, so it's this, that, and that. It is that one
Okay.
for the spring-loaded guys with the little plastic washer for each of them.
Sure enough. These two screwdrivers. Please behave. Whoa. There we go. I'm just gonna go around like this. They even give you an extra plastic washer just in case. How very nice.
I should plug in that gimbal.
Think that's gonna die?
Oh yeah, that could probably be pretty bad.
They give an extra screw too, huh? That's interesting.
What?
They give you an extra screw too.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I mean these aren't nearly as replaceable as other screws. You probably can't go find another spring-loaded screw in your collection.
Probably not.
Not that I'm doubting your collection, but more so probably the thought process of whoever produces the block.
Yeah.
I don't know how ooga-dooga these need to be, but
Not.
not.
Snug it, and that's it. Stop. Basically.
That's fine enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're spring loaded.
Yeah.
They probably have you putting pads on the back plate, or no?
No, back of the card
Or,
directly.
Yeah. Okay, so that has to get cleaned too.
Yeah, because it looks like they want directly over this, 10, 9, 8, 6, and 7. So yeah, at least these two need to get cleaned out. The rest doesn't seem like it has anything on it, but yay, more thermal pad application.
Yeah, I mean, thermal pad application's not too bad. I mean, it's just color by number.
The only part I'd say could be mildly annoying about it would be the fact that getting up the plastic that covers it can be a bit of a pain.
I don't think we're going to get this off. I don't think it's really worth it either, necessarily.
I mean, it's just more thermal dispersion, right? So, like,
Yeah.
whatever goes on top of it should take it out of that. As long as the application between the two isn't terrible.
Yeah. That's right.
One of these things.
Yeah, screw it.
Yeah,
I'll let you.
go at that some more.
Sure.
Doesn't seem. Seems like got nothing got on it. Good. Okay, so 7, I believe, should be the longest.
Say, is it holding comments?
Yeah, it must be a 3090 pictured. You should be seeing length.
I'm assuming you took the plastic off of both sides.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
This is just me kind of theory crafting it to make sure that I got this right. And that, I guess, would be something like that. There should be something for the CPU though, so I'm guessing this one wasn't an extra, and this is meant to be like right there.
Yeah, 4. Is it a thinner one?
Oh yeah, because they used all the blues here, so yeah, 4 is supposed to be there.
And the thicker ones are the brown ones?
I would assume so, it seems.
I mean, it's written on the other side. Yes, okay. I was about to say, give me a heart attack now. You're going to be taking that crap all apart again if you put them on the wrong way.
I mean, the bags were literally labeled for backplate and for...
Oh, well.
So, like, if I put them wrong, they gave me the things in the wrong bags, and I'm
Gonna sue?
I'm mad at them, too.
Yeah.
I'm a sue. Nah, we don't want to get demonetized or whatever. I guess that's fine enough. I don't know. This side's not as easy as the just plate. The plate was very nice. It was just like, here you go. You put it where the metal is and it makes sense. This is like, I don't know, try and cover, I guess, these little bits and bobs on the board as best as possible. Right?
Something like that.
Guess that's good enough. Gonna have to be.
Let's see this one.
What's up?
I'm just wondering, does it go there? Does it go there?
Goes on top of them.
Oh, you just put it next to it?
Yeah, I put it next to it
Okay.
to see the length, because these two
Yeah.
seem almost the exact same length, but pictured 10 should be longer than 7, but this covers everything we need it to cover, so I guess
Yeah.
that works. That's
Yeah.
Come on. It doesn't need to be perfect, I guess. Especially 'cause it's the back of the card.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be perfect, but it does need the plastic taken off.
I mean,
Kind of no matter what.
yes. I'm just fiddling back and forth of where I want my coverage because I don't really know how this goes. So I'm just kind of
Yeah.
back and then forth and then back and then forth and like, well, eventually it needs to sit somewhere. So fiddling forever and a day on this is not going to get this done.
No.
So sooner or later I just have to live with whatever I've applied and we'll see how it goes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this one's like super duper over long.
Just don't block the screw hole.
Be better to get this over those, I suppose. This one's almost like it's short. I almost wonder if I don't want to rip the bottom of that one off and bring it over here. No, that's long enough.
Yeah.
That one's just overly long. Not really a big deal. It just means boards being covered that's not needed.
Let's see, don't forget those tweezers there.
Fair. Good enough. So, oh, 4 needs to still go on. Whoops.
Oh, yeah.
Almost forgot.
It's like a thermal suggestion on the back.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's kind of just vaguely over capacitors and not even all of them. So it's just taking a tiny bit of heat out the back of the card from the, GPU on the other side.
itself. Yeah. I mean, this isn't even going to be touching the back plate, right? Because the thickness is different.
It might when this is cranked down. I don't know. They designed it, not me.
You did say they are slightly the cheaper option in the space, too. So
Yeah. For better or for worse. I don't know. It might have been just mine that things were a little weird. That's okay. It's not super precise on the back of the card.
if it was a 3090, maybe wanting to be a little bit more careful, but
Yeah, because will be more obvious. I mean, you'd see the VRAM.
these don't need to be covered at all.
No.
I guess
Well,
not.
look at how tall they are, too.
Yeah, they're probably sitting right next to the back plate as is, right?
Yeah. So it just goes like that. And you get these little guys, and
Yeah, just screwing them in.
that's it. And then you'll be nearly done.
Stop doing that. Alrighty. Honestly, this was not as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, the only time things get real bad is when you're in a hurry and start making mistakes.
Does that happen?
I mean, you could read horror stories all the time.
You ever,
No, I've never killed anything. My stuff has always worked, for the most part. You might have to shift it around a tiny bit. Is it? Oh, it's in? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, seems like it.
I just wasn't sure if it caught.
So it's supposed to be... Where did that one switch go? Okay, so that's just under here.
Yeah.
Not really a big deal. I don't know that I need to change that. I assume, given P and quiet, the only thing I can imagine... Or P and Q, the only thing I can think of that would mean is performance or quiet.
Probably default clocks are different and higher power limits in the firmware, if I had to take a guess. I put the extreme overclocking one on mine. It's like 450 watts. And, yeah, it doesn't benefit a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I assume this thing can pull 450 because it has 3 connectors, but
Yeah.
I think the most I've ever seen this card pull is 350.
Yeah, makes sense. Should be able to pull a whole lot more now.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that's the dream. So don't go bananas.
Just giving everything else another
Unga dunga.
snug to make sure
Yeah.
that it didn't
Click.
become loose while I was doing the other one. No clicks. No more clicks. Okay, so that should be card done.
And so take all the old plastic bullshit and throw that.
Yeah, now it just wants me to do the LED bit, which
That you can do that
this,
later.
and then
That's like,
screwing on the valve closed. So what's next?
throw all the garbage away.
Okay.
So all the you're not gonna reuse their pads. Those are roached beyond belief.
Even if those pads were still good, for some reason, I'd probably just want to buy thermal pads
Yeah.
and put those on, then reuse. Like even the thermal pads on the water cool, if I was going back to air cool, I probably wouldn't reuse those, right? I'd just want to do new pads.
9 o'clock.
Alright.
Okay, and then pick up all your screws. I don't know.
Take all these and put these out too.
Yeah. And
Put them in a spare parts bag, I guess.
yeah, so I keep the Alpha Cool ones probably in there, and then take all the ones that came from the stock thing in here. I think that's what these are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just in case you have to warranty it. And then that's the Alpha Cool stuff. See that? And then we can put this all aside.
Yeah, given all the trouble with that CPU block, I remember you telling me to like buy the conversion kit. I think I'd just buy another block sooner if I was going to upgrade the chip.
Yeah, I mean that's fine too. Yeah, that's fine. Put those there. So
Next is the taking the board out of the thing part.
yeah, I mean let's put all this aside. Well, no, we need the board in there because we need to size it up. So let's kind of move some of this.
Still making sure that now the card the way that it is.
Yes.
Dang, that actually it is a little hefty.
Yeah, I mean it's a solid chunk of copper, you know.
Is this copper?
Yeah, nickel-plated copper.
Nickel plated. Okay.
Oh.
This is like that doesn't look like copper. I know the look of copper.
It's nickel-plated copper. Do not use alcohol in this.
I can.
Yeah, pull those out.
Supreme FX.
Goodness. Is that what this thing's called?
No, that's the chip on the board there. Supreme FX.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm assuming that's
Sound.
maybe the onboard sound card. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be sound.
Surprised we don't do sound cards anymore. I guess just because
Onboard audio got pretty
to...
good.
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be pretty garbage, and now it's actually kind of okay.
It's just so easy to process sound audio. Doesn't matter. Boy, this would be an unfortunate time to find out that it doesn't fit.
Well, there's only one way to figure it out.
That's when you overnight a new case and live without a computer for a day or two.
I mean, you just go to Frozen CPU and buy one. Or Best Buy, honestly. They sell them too.
Yeah, the fins are out the back of the case, but that'll be fixed ultimately later.
You need to buy yourself a new case. Graphics card doesn't need to fit.
What do you mean?
It's above the deck.
Shoot. So, no computer tonight then, huh? Shoot.
I mean, if you want to buy my old case off me, I guarantee you that'll fit. And we haven't wasted our effort. It's that one.
I suppose.
You could even return the reservoir, or maybe I'll buy the reservoir off you.
What reservoir? I wouldn't need that anymore.
I mean, you could use it, but like that case is not really intended for like tube reservoirs, so to speak. I mean, I'll show you it's not.
Sure.
I
mean,
but yeah,
ultimately we're dead in the water. So
yeah, that's dead.
God. It's a little frustrating, but I can't dwell on the past. Should have bought a new case. Should have just realized it was questionable to begin with. But.
There's an different one. we'll pull some of my stuff out. I'll probably have to tell you that too. Because, yeah, like, the problem is, like, where do you put the reservoir?
In where all the hard drives would be?
I mean, like...
Because this is
like,
empty, right?
Yeah, but, like, how? Come on, get out. God bless. Like,
mean,
how are you going to mount it?
an upside down mount there.
Yeah, it's too tall.
Yeah, it'd have to be upside down, that's just not gonna happen. I was thinking back in here somewhere, maybe remove one of the SSD mounts on the side here, and then, right?
What, like mount this on the inside?
On the inside of this area here.
Jesus.
There's nothing else important in there, right? Although once the radiator's in and everything like that, all of it's gonna be in this time, so.
Oh, that hurts so much.
You know, thinking about that on that too, it's funny that Leanne Lee themselves have some kind of diagram being like, you could put a radiator here, but did they even account for putting a reservoir in?
You can, like...
I mean, the only thing I can imagine they maybe were thinking is to do an external reservoir, or to buy, like, I think they had a 150 milliliter version. So maybe with a smaller reservoir, but...
I think that is a 150, isn't it?
That's a 150. They make a 100 and a 50.
Yeah.
They could have maybe. I think so. I remember us seeing multiple different sizes, and I thought there were 3 when we were looking at them on the website.
Let's pull this off. I don't know, let's just see what we can do. What pain in the ass.
You know,
I didn't even think about that. The width of the case is too skinny. How about that?
it's funny because I didn't think of this to be a small case when I bought it, but
That is a small case.
It's bigger than my old case when I had my previous PC.
I mean, I believe it.
I thought it was reasonably spacious, but yeah, I mean, it's not big in the terms of this. Just do a direct mount right onto the case.
Could you?
I don't know if it's going to work there, though, because then you'll be running into the same problem we were before, the graphics card clearance.
Yeah.
That's where the graphics card goes.
Nope, that's not going to work. That is equally
So you can't fill it.
problematic. Man. I mean, we'll find a solution. I'm just trying to think of what the solution may be.
Because honestly, SSD's hanging, I'm not that worried about it. If we can delete this and you think it'll fit in here with the radiator and the fans up there as well, what else would that space really be used for in there?
I mean, not a lot.
Cable management, maybe, but...
Yeah.
Man, if only I had known that I'd be getting this case too. It could have used one of those drive bay pumps or whatever. Or reservoirs that you were talking about.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, do you have a use for an optical drive or no?
No.
Okay.
I don't have any need for optical drive slots. This one doesn't have any.
Sure.
And if I needed something in the future, I'd do external, not internal.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I still have an external DVD RAID writer, but I just never use it.
Well, you have a choice to make, so I'm thinking about how this could work. You can put the pump down here. I could sell you this. It's just a standalone pump. It's the same pump.
How would we cap off the reservoir?
So it's in there.
Oh, so you already have...
Yeah, it's in there. It's a bay res in the optical drive bay. That's the tubing coming from the radiator up there, and then, down there.
I mean, I guess are you cool with doing a swap I mean, how much more would you be wanting me to pay to make that swap?
It depends. I mean, if they'll take... I'm probably okay with buying this off you, or at least using it as credit. This I would take it back if they'll take it. That's not super useful. I'll get the...
Said he would, just I would need to get all the hardware back together.
That's
that
fine.
Came with that, obviously, which I don't know exactly.
But for this or for anything?
No, just for the mounting bracket.
bracket,
If I'm going to return that, I need to give them everything that came with it.
Yeah, I would go buy the 120 millimeter bracket that Performance PCs has for this, and then it fits on a fan.
Really sad that they...
Yeah, that's not super great.
Surprised they didn't say that any spec of what that actually fits in.
No spec.
It's frustrating. Mildly.
I'm not even sure that radiator will work in here. I might be buying the radiator off you too, or you can take it back. Because that's a thicker radiator. There's already a cross flow. You could see it in there. You can use your fans if you want. I'll take mine off.
Oh yeah.
It's a thinner...
Is that the one that you bought way back when that I remember seeing? Or?
This one, I'm the only owner of it. This is also the case where I took all the metal off of this and then ripped out the filter that was between the metal and the plastic. Because it's just choking it.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you want to do? Buy this for, I don't know, we can talk about a price, or wait and buy a case and deal with it whenever.
I'd rather have a working PC tonight, frankly, so...
Yeah.
Whatever the price is, I know you're going to be reasonable about it, and I have the money, so
yeah.
I guess rock with what's in here.
Okay, let's put yours back up here and start taking the pieces out. Yep, sucks.
It sinks. It's unfortunate in multiple ways.
Yep. I'll get an electric screwdriver. Make that quick.
Yeah, I was never tied to this case by any means, but it's
showing its limitation. For sure.
Yeah, I wish when we were talking about it the other day in the living room that I had just gone with my gut feeling and been like that this case is too small and I should just buy a new one.
I mean, you still could.
Yeah, I guess we could revisit this a month down the line. I could give you back your case and setup and still keep the other parts and do it in a properly fitting case down the line.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be nearly the same ordeal that all this is, so. Because everything's either on the board or on the card at this point, so it's not hard unfitting tubing. I guess the only part there is that you're going to lose a little bit of tubing because some of the parts are probably not going to fit in the new case, right?
And what?
Well, like the tubing from the CPU back to the radiator is probably going to be a different length if I buy a new case, and
yeah, could be
the tube that also goes from the pump to the graphics card might also be differently spaced. So
yeah.
If I were to switch cases, might need to reduce some tubing, but I bought 10 feet, and like you said, I think there's
what's way more than enough. Somewhere. thinking about what you. No, I wouldn't do that. I'll get you something. I'll get you something. Or as they say, tempting fate.
I got it. Oh. Probably some new cooler stuff, I guess. Goodness. You also gonna need
Oh, lovely. That's not a captive screw. Ah, 2 screws per drive. I see.
That's all I had in my case stuff for it.
Really? It just didn't come with enough screws.
I guess not. I think I might have dropped one at some point, probably, because I was 1 screw short, and because I was 1 screw short, I'm like, well, they only need 2 to mount, so.
Yeah.
Because I want to say it was like maybe 10 screws, but I needed screws for the hard drive too, so that like put me down a few, and then by the time I had to get into these drives, I'm like, well, I'm going to equally mount them. I'm going to equally mount them, and these are all the screws I got. 2 per. Not like 4 is really going to keep the drive any more secure than 2.
Do you have the bag of screws for this case or whatever?
Somewhere up in my room, yeah.
I'd grab another bag. Just grab like the box of bags, the snack bags.
Okay.
The little square bags. Probably what I would do.
The data cable.
Oh, the bag. Let's see. Or yeah. Yeah, so these kind of go with that. Right. Gotta be different. Use Allen's. I'll let you remove the radiator. Or, it's not really going anywhere. Well, I got another screw. Just carefully, you have to clear it.
Yeah, because the fitting.
Yep. Not much to the case now.
Not really.
Just head off to the side for the moment.
Where's that even from?
Some AIO block or something? Not from this project?
Doesn't seem like it. I don't recall ever seeing
Throw
it.
it on. Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't think I'd be walking away today with a new case.
Yeah, well.
Plans change.
Yeah. At least a different case.
What does this come? Oh, just
Yeah.
need to swap those out. Don't necessarily need to, but bought these. I'd like to use them. Ooh, $6.50.
It worked.
Yeah.
It certainly worked. Bad part is the RGB in this case probably not going to work with what you got because it's old legacy analog crap. Not the
I mean, the RGB controller, if I'm being frank with you on my case, was mostly driving the two giant fans in the front.
Ugh.
The RGB on the card was built into the card, and I didn't have any other RGB in the case.
Oh, if there's an analog
Oh,
controller
and the
on
RAM.
there.
And the RAM. The
Yeah.
RAM was also driven by software in the OS, so.
Where's the paper towels?
Down here.
There's some here. There's some here. Some orange coolant sitting at the bottom.
Right there, too.
Where?
Oh, that screw.
Nope. Yeah, it's well on in there. There's some spots I cannot get. Just thinking. Oh, this is full of orange coolant. Just thinking.
Any good and easy way to get that out? Turn on the pump and get a bowl.
Not really, because it's just gonna come out of there. Not gonna go that way. God, this is gonna take forever.
Get a bowl of green on the other side.
Huh?
Like put a bowl of green coolant on the other side to feed green in.
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of nice way to do this.
tubing on that one, huh?
Yeah.
Is that just a cheap option choice on that, or was that an aesthetic choice?
Very maintenance free. This is called EPDM tubing, or zero maintenance. Some people call it ZPM, something like that.
I mean, the clear tubing doesn't require much maintenance either, does it?
I mean, it can cloud, break down. This is all screwed in. Is it just screwed in from one side? Yeah,
Okay.
look at that.
Not like it really needs to be screwed in from two sides anyway.
No.
You just pour that down the drain, right?
I'm gonna put it back in the I mean, it's not.
And a little bit of that orange getting left behind is really not going to make a big difference anyway here, because the green is so much more aggressive.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting thing, just having it out and about like this.
Yeah. I mean, technically it does have mounts on the bottom. Yeah. Didn't come with any instructions, you know.
Could drill holes, but...
Yeah.
Or just use these and big washers and go through the things on the bottom.
Yeah, where's the coin?
I don't know where the coin got off to, but I can give you... Just use the thing that came with the GPU here.
Way too tight for that. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Way too tight.
Oh, it's a smaller one?
Yeah, well, it's made of plastic. There it is.
Oh, that one's too wowied out.
No, this is just too tight to use a plastic thing.
Getting that camera water flow ASMR.
Yeah, I don't know about that. For the one or two people that are watching.
Yeah, people might catch it later.
I don't know.
VOD. It's been an interesting adventure for those who maybe have been watching.
Oh.
Is the radiator held in by these?
Yes.
Want me to hold the radiator then?
I got it. Yeah. It's fine.
Well, it's tripping.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to.
Yeah, green.
I don't know why it did that, but there might be residue from brazing it, but it has never leaked, so.
Just gotta hope it continues to do that.
Yeah, that's just gonna go on the ground.
So when you say brazed, that somebody had to fix that radiator at some point?
It was made.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pull these out one at a time.
Why do those ones have such long cables and the ones that I got are so tiny?
I don't know.
Just all these little itty bitty cables.
No idea.
So you've never actually used these fans before?
No, technically not.
So you bought the faster version though.
It came in a bundle of used liquid cooling stuff from somebody long time ago. Okay. This will come out. This will come out. These grommets are shitty. That's the RPM for the fan control, the fan hub. Oh, get out there. Oh no, this goes that way. Yeah, there we go. That fan controller's in a really weird spot. There's another one down there. Oh no, we'll figure something out. For like a year and a half, these were a decent value, these fractal fans.
What happened to them?
Just too expensive. They want like $25 a fan. I'm like, yeah, you can do better than that for that much money. Shit.
Get these.
Yeah. Well, these have been hard to get on and off sometimes, depending on what year it is. Believe it or not. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some fan extensions. It's okay. They're good fans, just, man, for how much they want for them now. Doesn't make any sense.
Surprised to hear these are like forever fans.
They are. They are forever fans, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think it's that one that I remember was the one that you bought. I think you bought the one to replace that one that was the one that got put here.
Yeah, this used to be in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one you brought into work that one day, I think, was that one.
Yes. The 420 is the 360.
job though.
Yeah. And we'll just start cutting some tubing. We get a tubing cutter.
I'm just gonna cut it to the old spec.
I mean, for that length, yeah, it's going from the same place to the same place. You have to guess.
Just like that.
Worth the $8.
Yeah.
Made that really, really easy. I think.
What?
I think that came directly out of there like that, did it?
What?
How did it?
Yeah, it just went directly down. Over.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering. Oh, that's probably for the CPU. That's what that is. Okay, this is leaking orange coolant. So we'll grab one of the 90. Grab the 90 off of there. Yeah, it's pain.
Say, surprised you got that on there. Wait, that spins.
By hand. Carefully. Yeah, this needs to be a different length.
I swear I'm going the right direction. Yeah, like that, so. Maybe.
You have to get it from the very, very bottom. If not, hand it to me. Don't break it. It's not worth it. Alright, gets me.
Just cannot seem to get a grip on that. Channel-locks.
Vice grips.
Or vice grips.
Channel lock's a different thing.
Yeah, no, that's the one that has like the half moon thing in it.
Yes. Goes. I don't know how that got so tight.
I don't know.
Temperature change, maybe.
Could be.
Put that back. And then it was this thing. This length. Need more tubing. Tubing.
Oh, looks like this one's previously cut off.
Get your anything like this.
Yeah, I don't know what your previous tube cutter looked like, but yeah, that's
Piece of shit, and it went in the garbage as soon as it broke immediately. It was a danger.
broke immediately, huh?
Yeah, it was like included with some danger den tubing, and they do not exist anymore. Probably not because of that, but because their products just weren't that great. I don't know, they died like 6 or 7 years ago. Didn't cut very straight. There. Kind of a mess, but it's definitely a lot straighter.
Yeah, well, unfortunately got a little wonked when it was cut.
Yeah, that's better.
Not a big deal.
It's okay.
That much distance shouldn't really leave it coming up short.
No. It's definitely a lot softer than this. Well, a little bit. I don't know.
Not a big deal one way or another, I guess.
Nope. Not really. Not that big a deal.
Just screw that in.
I got it. Well, a little bit. Well, yeah.
Sometimes it behaves, sometimes it doesn't.
There. Same thing with these. You don't have to, nor should, go bananas with the screws.
Yeah, destroy the
Threads, and then good luck tapping something that then. No power tools, except to remove it.
Yeah, do a hand tap and die with
Yeah.
frickin' machine thread stuff. Doesn't sound like a fun afternoon.
No. Yeah, that's an afternoon. That's an afternoon. Okay. Take this off too. Yep, I thought that was going to happen too. Okay, motherboard gets to go in.
Power supply first or mobile first? Not that it matters much, probably not worth thinking on too much.
Yeah, it probably should. I don't know, it is easier right now.
So many fun little cables.
Yeah.
Case just wide open. No power supply sheath.
There is one, but it's kind of annoying, and I just took it out.
It's probably for the best. This one in this case just seems more of an annoyance than a benefit. It's probably good for air cooling, but
Okay, this is not working.
you want me to stand on the other side of you and hold it in place while you screw? There's an eco mode on this thing?
Yeah.
Eco mode was on this entire time.
Yeah,
Not that I think it matters.
Keeps the fan off when it's not too warm.
Why would you ever want to turn that off?
Is all that is. I think I have mine turned on. I don't know. These things don't produce a lot of heat unless you really, really get in the beans.
Yeah, like you're using 850 out of the 850.
Something like that. You have a stripped hole.
It just keeps going.
Yep.
Oh well. As long as there's 3 good ones, I suppose.
Yep. In fact, I think yours has holes for both orientations. Yeah, yours has holes for both orientations. Okay, that's it. And then, yeah, I guess we'll kind of... What do you got? SATAs?
SATA, Molex, 3BGA, CPU. Oh, you're talking about doing the drives next?
Or, no, just getting the cables out where they need to go.
Oh, there are 3 mounting points for SATA drive or SSDs. Nice.
Yeah. That's a big case. I do not like how they did this. This is ugly. Nor the other side. Look, it's not even close. Look at that.
Yeah.
Come on, EVGA.
Oh yeah, at 24 pin it's a real headache, but it's like
Pretty.
not much that can be done about it other than buying.
Pretty ugly.
Yeah.
What are you? Graphics. And what are you? Graphics.
What are you, graphics?
Graphics. Molex. Graphics. CPU. Which is the one I was looking for. CPU. And you stuff that up through here. Oh, that's got plenty of length on it. Yeah. And these are all those. I'm going to pull these SATA cables out. Let's see. Fans. Front panel. USB. LEDs, which I don't know if your board has the correct controller for Legacy. Maybe. Maybe. And these will get plugged in.
I really don't need the case to look pretty. So
Yeah.
if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Man, come on. What is wrong with you? fuck? Why are you so difficult?
You're putting it on the right way?
Yeah, that's the right way. Try the ones over there. Which is a different style of controller, which is not the one that this technically needs. Goes into that, okay. Man. What the heck? Bend them out some, maybe? Just a little bit. Yeah, I mean that worked. No, same style of connector. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I mean, that's definitely the right way around.
And it's in there now.
These are longer is what's going on. These are... Okay, I mean, that's the right way around. It's just those clips are longer, so it's going to lean out.
No big deal. Not like it's going to break, I guess.
No. Not going to use that. Not going to use that either.
What are those?
For that style fan. That's a fan splitter for like PWM.
It's incredible how short those dang fan cables are.
Yeah. Not super great. It's not quite right, but it'll work.
What's the difference between right and can work?
Well, this is for PWM, but we're just not going to use all the pins. You're just not going to use the PWM signal. It's a 4-pin instead of a 3.
Somehow still not be long enough.
Well, it's long enough.
It's close.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
Good enough.
Still one of your Velcros. Wherever they may have gone. I threw them over here. Yeah. I don't know. Let's not worry about it. Okay, so that's all graphics. This is then at SATA's. There are bays that go in here. I have them. Like 6 hard drive bays.
The hard drive doesn't have to go away.
Not if you use this case.
Still probably go away at some point, but
Yeah. Oh god, that is definitely not right.
what?
Look at it.
How far it's... Oh.
Yeah, that's why I was like, don't do whatever you're doing. So these need to loosen. Probably all the way. Yeah, that's not right. is incorrectly mounted. Really? Aluminum or some non-ferromagnetic spring. Nope, can't do that. Nope. Jesus.
Into a whole kind of mess.
Yeah, this whole thing is wrong. Those nuts down there are tightened too much. Yeah, it's just... Can you grab that off the floor?
Didn't lose any of the washers, I hope.
No. One of them went into the block? Yeah. You're gonna have to pick it off. I don't even know where that washer went or came from or what the story is on that.
What, this one?
Yeah. Because I only see two over here. Yeah, this is just a fucking mess. Alpha Cool, don't make this crap. Another one for you. Yeah, these springs are not magnetic.
It's a little annoying.
Yeah, I don't know what in the world's up with that. I'm gonna scream.
This is fun.
It's not even the right key. We have more than one key?
Didn't think so.
Oh,
But it was the same one you'd been using. I thought we found out that it did CrossFit.
no.
Let me take the CPU block off there.
Hold on. I don't think it'll be really necessary. This just needs to come loose a bit. I really don't want to do that. I'm just gonna have to. I don't have another... What a fucking waste. Can you get me pliers off the table over there? Should be red handled.
Yep. Needle nose.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, I think the problem was the one of those just not being tightened down. It's still sitting like way too far.
Is it?
This corner right here? Not way too far?
What do you mean?
Where's the plastic washer?
There's the metal washer.
The plastic washer's on the back, not supposed to touch.
Where were you putting these?
On top of the box here.
Okay. Yeah, here's a spring. What about the plastic washer?
The last one of the metal washers. There it is.
Oh, it's gone. Oh, there it is.
Perfect.
What were you saying?
On the back of these, this corner still looks like it's high.
Yeah.
Away from the board.
Yeah, and you're right. Man. Well, this must be why they have a V2 of this block. This is patently not nice, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that looks more even. It's...
I'm guessing we can't just reuse the thermal paste application.
I'll probably put a little more on there. That'll do. Yeah, those plastic washers don't do anything on that. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, really, really stupid design.
That's really, really stupid. Oh no, you do have Legacy RGB on here. Yeah, you do.
Huh.
Yes, you do. What is wrong? There. Now it's working. I guess we'll put the block back on there. Unbelievably comically stupid.
Just need to get the bracket, but it's a design choice.
It's something. I mean, even like the Chinese domestic market stuff isn't this bad.
Thank goodness that did not go into a spot that needed to be fished out.
Oh.
I don't want to watch you, and I don't want to also be the person having to fish springs out of those small crevices. That looks painful.
Yep.
Alright, this time tightening like the X pattern.
Somewhat, at least. Oh, were you spinning the bolt? No? Okay, just felt really loose. Alright.
I just found a ways behind the other ones.
Yeah. I think we're gonna screw it down till that. Yep, that's flush. That's flush. Yeah, that's flush.
I think that should be fine.
Something like that. Oh, we got a comment. Who is it? Sausage Boots. I had simply connected to my washing machine, water cooling, and clean clothes in one swoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
The memes write themselves.
you know, the landlord does pay for the water, but I'm pretty sure landlord's gonna have something to say if suddenly their water bill is about 40 times higher.
The water's just constantly running. Yeah, I might get some comments or potentially a retalkening on the paying for water situation if that happened.
Well, I mean, they do have to legally pay for it. It's like a New York State thing, but yeah, I mean, they might not renew your lease, or they, you know,
Politely ask you to relocate.
yeah, politely ask you to relocate. That's a way to put it. Word, yeah, these. No, these are hex through. This is for the radiator. So the things that came from your case, the bolts. Where did they go? The screws and the power supply bolt screws. Not sure.
You put them in a sandwich baggie, but which sandwich baggie?
This one. It's this one. I recognize that pretty well. Oh. Wake up, laptop. I mean, you've got pressure behind it, so bubbles in there shouldn't really cause trouble. Be more concerned about the pressure knocking the tubing off, because this is running at I don't know what it would be in non-Freedom units, but in Freedom units, sub 1 psi. I mean, there's, yeah, I don't know what it would be in pascals. Pascals.
Yeah, I don't know that actually, no.
What is 1 psi in kPAs? I mean, I could do it.
About 7 kilopascals to 1 pound-foot per square inch.
Yeah, so like 7 kPAs. How many atmospheres is that? Like 1.05?
Pretty sure 1 pound is pretty close to 1 bar. Should leave 1 bar.
I don't think so.
No, it's like 0.06.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, bar is a lot. 0.06 bars. You're probably gonna stick, 20 times that with the faucet, unfortunately. Let's say, did you see that thing
it's
with
about 14.7 foot-pounds per square inch to 1 atmosphere.
Let's say, did you see the thing with Linus Tech Tips where he reviewed 300-watt fans?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You're talking about those like giant fans. I think that was what I was talking about.
Like that thick, and they'll chew through carrots and cucumbers and spray it all over the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It creates a hurricane force wind in your lab that blows your hair back, and you can feel it pushing you.
I mean, I think, didn't they put on, they didn't put on that one. I think they put it on a fractal torrent or something.
Yeah.
Something that takes equally large fans.
Yeah, I think it was something even bigger, because I think it was like a 240, and this is 215s on the front, I believe.
Something, 210s, 200s, I don't know. The standards kind of get a little muddy when you get above like 140 millimeters. We're going to plug some of this in. We're going to plug some of this in.
mean, we're basically done, right?
Yeah.
I didn't even think about the fact that the fun is still yet to really come of having to go on the BIOS and set the fan and all that.
Yeah, that's not that bad.
You know, things I wasn't even thinking about.
USB. And plug that in right there. And this wonderful thing that everyone loves, this plug in the corner. EPS 12 volts. Yeah, if I did this professionally, I would have a camera overhead.
Yeah.
And have a little stream deck and little push buttons to switch between them and all that, and be a real streamer, you know?
Can I see something on the USB real quick?
Instead of amateur.
Just want to double check something. Okay, that pin is...
It's a key.
I was making sure. Because I had seen that on the previous one, and I wanted to make sure I didn't break a pin off in it, and that was actually keyed.
Oh, yeah. There's this. That'll run the RGB that is in the case already. This is power switch. Power switch and power LED. Remember, the stripe is the positive. Or if it says plus.
For what?
You know, like a stripe on the edge of the cable.
Oh.
Something like that. Well, that one's not really accurate, but like... Oh, you can see on the LED right there. See how it's gray on one side? That's your hot.
Oh.
See 12 volts right on the edge.
Yeah.
So like if you ever get like a barrel plug adapter, and you chop the cable off, and you're like, which one's positive? It's the one with the stripe on it.
Fair.
And then Molech's even more interesting. The one that has the ridge on the side, the pin most that direction is 12 volts, and the one the other way around is 5.
Surprised that they didn't think about it at the time and key them in such a way to make it so you can only plug it in one direction.
Oh, for the LEDs?
For really any of that.
Oh man, the LED situation with computers.
It's so not
It's
standard.
it's standard. It's just the connector is awful. There's no locking mechanism. Like
Yeah. Just
it-
kind of
it just-
slides in.
yeah,
You
it
hope.
slides in, and if you maneuver your cables around a little bit, it's just gonna fall out. It's
Don't go shaking it.
don't shake the baby.
No.
Luckily, most of your connections are in the same spot. That's fine. And we'll pick this. Oh, nope, we'll put the graphics card in. Just don't worry about that right now. You can fix that easily once it's all in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just slots right in.
This is the other bad part about these tall cards. It doesn't matter, it's thumb screws, you can't get your fingers in there.
Yep. Made it easy to take them out of the case once upon a time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and these graphics cards got all tall and stuff.
Yep. Tall, long, both.
Yep, you've got this the right way around. Okay.
Yeah, while you were doing things, I was like, I want to try and make myself as busy as I can, so.
Yeah. Okay, I can take the LED thing. Yeah. This is an actual connector. You heard that?
Yeah.
It went click.
That's what you hope to hear.
Like-
Like Eli.
Yeah, click Elay. Like, why is it so? Why can the industry not figure out an LED connector for PC that's like not awful? That's all that, right? You don't see anything else?
Think so.
I don't think so. All right, we'll pick it back up.
Then get get back at actually doing the liquid cooling part,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah.
After doing a PC rebuild, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Oh, we got spam in the chat. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go. Well, I'll go over here and ban the spam.
Man. Ruining all the fun.
Alright, well, they've been subsequently yeeted from the comments. Except the comments are still on the laptop, so that's not super great. Ah, that's gone. Block user.
Assume I don't want to go too hard on those.
Yeah, don't. It's got an O-ring for a reason.
Okay.
It's not gonna. Instead of using Teflon tape, use O-rings. And you know, let's get some of these. And these you definitely don't go crazy with. This thing you kind of go crazy with. That's made of a completely different material. This black hard plastic is called acetal, and this is acrylic. And one of these cracks really easily. I'll take that off. These are the fittings I like. I don't even think they make them anymore.
Yeah.
I like these. Not for sale. Ironically cheaper than these copper looking things. That might be for that. Let's get some more.
So what makes you like those more than the copper ones?
The look. I don't know, the tubes aren't so hard to get off.
Dude, all the extra ribs on there.
These, yeah, for some reason, I mean, I haven't had to cut them off, but you know, it's come pretty close. Got more paper towels, and then one for my hand. I know, it's a pain. Yep, it's not gonna hurt your foot.
Sure, but I don't want to track it all over the place and through the house and through the woods.
I'll say I did get some of this on my clothes, and it did come out in the wash. I was kind of surprised. It didn't stain it forever and ever. Amen.
That's good.
Amen. Now let's see how this fits. Yep, you're probably going to need another 90. That's just not going to work. So I'll have to sell you one of these, or you'll have to buy your own.
If you're willing to sell me one of them.
I might have another one. Hold on. Let me see what... let me look. Let me see what I got.
Like I've said before, I am not picky on looks, and whatever gets me a PC functional by the end of the evening is, I'll do what I gotta do to have that happen.
Yeah, I'll just sell you one of these. Or you can repurchase one if you decide to replace the case. These are probably about $5 a piece. Pretty expensive. Also a whole lot nicer than that, but yeah, one costs more than the other. One's also a fitting, or like a barb, and not just you know, another 1/4" thread thing. So you get your clamps, and you go like this, and you go like that.
It's almost comical to think of the fact that I'm sure the front of that graphics card is going to look really nice and fancy with coolant running through it. And yeah, I'm not going to get to see a lick of it because it's face down and it's not vertically mounted.
I'm not into the whole vertical mounting thing. Not sure that's the greatest idea. I mean, I'm not sure this is the greatest idea either, to be clear. Somebody in the industry needs to figure out a better way to mount graphics cards than, let's sell you a $30 graphics card jock strap.
Yeah, your leash.
Your leash. Your sling for your card.
Like, it's a seat belt.
Yeah, seat belt to keep your graphics cards safe. Yeah, that's smart.
Oh, your spam comments went away. Look at that.
Yeah, I killed it. Killed the spam. And then we'll take this, and it'll go face up.
Which side's in and out on that?
That's in. That's out. And then you just go like this.
Does it make a difference on that?
Yeah, I would say so. I need to loosen that more. I guess I could kind of... Yeah, so it's like that. And then you get your tubing, and let's see if this is long enough, and then if it is, I'll just measure. Yeah, that's long enough. I'll just measure this and get your tubing cutter and go like this. Snip. And you grab this and you go like that.
This is done, I can overclock the CPU to the 9s. This thing cook itself.
I suppose so. Well, this would be helpful if I did this the right way around.
I probably won't do that, but I might actually let the graphics card actually do what the graphics card's supposed to do.
Yeah. Don't blame me there.
I don't know how far in the realm of overclocking I'll go, but 100%. It's probably be fine.
Yeah. Run it at full speed without having to down clock.
Cut the power and turn down the clock at the same time.
Yeah, it's not super great having to do that.
It's a bit of a shame you spend that much money. Like, it'd be like buying a, Coyote engine and then finding out that you can't do anything with your Coyote engine, so...
Yeah.
Cutting the fuel and trying to run the thing at like 200 horsepower, and it's like, well, yeah, but that's not what you paid for.
Yeah. Sounds great at idle.
It probably does, yeah. Too bad the graphics card doesn't have sound being piped into the cabin.
Yeah, fake engine noises. More tubing.
I did see something interesting the other day. Saw another one like we saw at the Costco there of a 6-cylinder Dodge.
Cool.
That sounded like it was piping V8 engine noise out.
Lab grade alcohol?
Oh, were they asking something?
Yeah. I mean, you can stare at it. It's sausagey boots. He's got boots for, or sausage for boots. No, I mean, you can have it back. It's like 90% empty. Sure. Let me just DHL that to you. Get it rejected for hazardous materials. Probably.
Yeah.
RAM's gonna come out. How does the RAM come out? Pull the RAM out.
Just be careful with the taking in and out of the RAM.
Yeah.
When it goes in, it's not the type that easily does like the fit into one side of the channel and slide it all the way in. You kind of slide like both sides in equally.
Oh, I know. That's Asus's motif.
Is it? Okay. Because it's like my old PC didn't do that.
It had both sides that would unlatch.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no. So I've had that before. But I had one where it only latched on the one side, but you could put it in the other side and it would gracefully like kind of go across. This will not.
Tolerances are too tight.
Yeah, if you don't let the one side in, or if you don't get both sides in the rails first, it will not let the other side in.
Yeah.
Quite tight.
Yeah, I don't know why they went to that. I mean, I guess it's more convenient, but like,
I'd rather convenient than.
I'd rather just have both sides of a DIMM slot be able to open.
Yeah.
And be able to.
I don't think it's that much of a convenience saving for what you lose in flexibility.
Convenience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it actually that convenient or not?
Yeah, gain in convenience for a loss in convenience.
Yeah. One step forward, one step back.
Oh no!
What?
You're gonna drink something else?
What?
They said they'll have to drink something
fine,
else.
I'll drink something else. Yeah. I don't know. Find yourself some Chu Hai. I don't know if you're in the part of the world where you could find that. I'm definitely not.
No, not New York. I'll find none of that.
Actually, reach is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's get your tube cutter. Get your tube cutter and.
You could give it a little extra to get some bend in it.
Doesn't really need it, but I mean that's enough. And you go like this, and you go like that. And I have no idea if the camera can see this. I don't know what that is, but yes it will.
Camera looks like you can see it.
Chu Hai's like, what is that? Shochu and like lemonade or something simple like that. I don't know. People in Japan drink that a lot. You can't seem to. You can get 0% here, but not the alcoholic stuff that actually has shochu in it. Yeah. Can't have anything nice in Freedom Land. Yeah, it's pretty good. I haven't had it in like a decade because can't find it.
Had it when you were in Japan?
Yeah. Actually looks really nice. I like that. Yeah.
It's coming together.
Yeah.
It does look pretty good. It's
Yeah.
got one last tube, I guess, and then...
Yeah, actually it has one last tube, isn't it?
Yeah, unless we're cooling the RAM.
No.
Liquid cool RAM.
I'm walking away from here if you want to liquid cool your RAM. I mean, they make blocks for it.
Do they really?
Oh yeah.
Does RAM get hot enough?
No. No RAM does not get hot enough to liquid cool it. God.
Even the thought just gets me
just
a good hearty chuckle.
Yeah, a chortle and a chuckle.
Yep.
Yeah, it's something. Then you want it angled up like that. And then you go like that. And you get your little screwdriver that has a screw already on it.
Remove the screw is the next step in the process, I assume.
Yeah, we'll just leave that there for the moment. And then, we'll cut the tube kind of like that. Yep, that can work. Might be a little too long, but that's okay. Cut it a little shorter. Yeah, that can work.
That's long and short of that, at least.
Yeah, that's the long and short of that. I don't know. How good can you even see that? Yeah, you can see that pretty good.
Not when your head's there,
Yeah, okay. Alright. Sorry, amateur hour here, not a professional streamer.
I like that little half bend loop there, too.
What, this little thing? Yeah. It is what it is.
Coming back at it.
And we're going to leave the screw out for that. We're going to double check everything. Make sure it's all nice and tight. All the little fittings.
Yeah, I guess it's not as high pressure as I was thinking, so you're right. It really doesn't have to be crazy tight and have Teflon tape all over the place.
Yeah.
I've only done a little bit of plumbing before, and that stuff, I mean, you have to go pretty serious with it. Even if you do all the Teflon tape and that right, you can still end up having leaks going on because it didn't apply right or adhere right or whatever.
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of O-rings.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wash out our bottle.
Let's just pour it in.
That's why I want to mix orange coolant and green coolant.
That's fine, why not? With how dark this stuff is, I don't think you'd be able to see the little remnants of orange, frankly.
Well, you gotta remember, you're looking through like... Oh, let me hold up to the camera a little bit. You're looking through like, I don't know, what is that, 5-6 centimeters of it? So when you're looking through about half a centimeter of it, it won't be this dark. Because, I mean, like, look at the orange stuff down there.
And then go over to your PC.
Yeah. You know, I'll show it to the camera.
Yeah, it's a little bit brighter over
Orange
there.
coolant.
That orange is definitely still a lot lighter, though, even in the bulk there than the green.
You can kind of see when it's thin on the wall that it's like orange instead of this dark red color. Yeah, Forbidden Mountain Dew.
Non-Baja Blast this time.
Kind of more like Forbidden Surge, if you ever heard of that soda. I don't know if they have that where you're at. Surge was actually like a green, not like a yellow-green. We need a funnel. Let's get a funnel.
So we can have some funnel.
Yeah, we can have some fun with a funnel. Get a funnel. And you get your green coolant. And smells very interesting. Chemically.
It had like a very pleasing scent to begin with, and then the chemicals burned my nose and it didn't like it anymore.
You can see it's a nice light color. Like that.
Yeah, a little bit more.
I think that's probably enough. And any excess we can put back in the bottle. Yeah, Surge. Surge was a thing in the 90s, back when I was a wee lad. And I don't even think you were alive for that, were you? The first round of Surge?
I've never heard of Surge.
Yeah, Surge.
I was born in the middle of the 90s, so like...
Okay, yeah, it was a Coca-Cola thing, and parents thought it had too much caffeine in it or some shit. And like, that's why they killed it off, or something like that. And then like a couple years later, they came out with Vault. You remember Vault? Yeah, Vault had like almost double the caffeine.
Yep.
And then they killed that, and then after people like called Coca-Cola...
I don't think any of that's intended for kids, so if your kid's getting their hands on it, like...
I mean, yeah...
You may be a little more frustrated with the kid than with the manufacturer of the drink.
Yeah, I mean, you should probably raise your kids to drink something a little healthier, like water or tea. I mean, not that I was that way, but...
Or like, I mean, at the very least have it in moderation. Like, yes, that is a terrible amount of caffeine, but all kids have a terrible amount of caffeine in my experience. So it's really just trying to mitigate how much they have and teaching them about the bad effects of it. They're going to make the decisions they're going to make, and at the end of the day, you can't blame Coca-Cola for making that, because the kid's just going to find some other source.
Yeah, I mean, also when you're once you're 22, you're 22 forever, so you get to make your decisions when you're 22, or... So.
I mean, like, the part that just doesn't, I don't get there is that, you know, how many kids, I don't know when you were growing up, but when I was growing up, just had, like, copious amounts of coffee. Like, they would come in with one of those giant thermoses filled with coffee and be drinking coffee all day. That's still got plenty of caffeine, and they're just drinking more of it, so they're still going to get their caffeine fill.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like coffee, and I still don't, so...
Well, I didn't drink much of it myself either, but like the other kids is what I'm saying. They're the ones who were going wild on caffeine. I never really had a caffeine problem growing up.
We're not leaking, are we? I don't know.
None of it's getting out of there yet.
Keep an eye on it. I might move the tripod around a little bit. Maybe?
Like, it seems like it's welling at the beginning of the tube, but it's not actually coming into the tube yet.
Yeah, you're not really able to see it. I don't know. Let's turn this around a little bit and kind of show a little bit of that. Yeah, this is kind of a pain to fill. This reservoir is like a decade old too. No alcohol. Don't bring the alcohol near it, and it'll last. Don't over tighten it. Yeah. Yeah. So this is kind of a sincere pain. I think what you probably have to do is probably loosen this a little bit. Let a little bit of air in. Maybe. Yep, there it goes. Let a little bit of air in.
Boy, that looks actually really nice with it flowing that way and snaking down.
Yep.
You just keep adding fluid until it gets up to the graphics card, and then we can turn on the pump, or...
Well, I mean, it's kind of a pain, but being able to get the pump purged is... I mean, you can't suck air. It's not going to work. So, yeah, this is kind of an interesting thing to purge. It's easier when you have a direct feed reservoir directly into the pump.
Yeah, like we were going to use, but unfortunate.
This is still a direct feed. Well, you're not going up. Is the most important part. You put the reservoir above the fucking pump. You put the reservoir below the pump.
That'd be a great idea.
Yeah, that's not gonna be great.
Yeah, no longer trying to use gravity for the assist on that one.
So we're gonna unplug the CPU 12 volts. And we're going to use a little adapter I have. We will show it to the camera. Kind of looks like this. So we're turning on a power supply without a switch.
Neat.
And we're going to use it to turn the pump on without the rest of the computer. So if it leaks somehow, you know,
You don't destroy your
you don't, yeah,
expensive components.
yeah, you can fix the problem, clean up, and you know, live to see another day, I suppose.
So now we need power.
I want to pull 600 watts or something thin. So you unplug the washing machine and you go like this.
Now where are we going to get our water from if you're unplugging the washing machine?
From the sink. Or from the toilet.
That works too.
Yeah. And then this is not long enough, so we'll grab a different cord.
We don't have to plug that blue thing in at all, do we?
That's just the RPM. It's not a sensor, not a like a telling the pump to do something kind of thing. This might be. That's definitely longer. Oh. Comments might not be appearing. No, there. Let's see. Plug this in. And whatever, it's fine. Like that. And then you turn it on and watch for problems. Let's put some coolant in there. Shut it off if you see anything wrong.
No, it seems like everything is fine so far. No return yet, but
It's gonna hold a lot of coolant.
it's a lot of bubbles.
Yeah.
Oh, we're starting to get return.
Yeah. Alright. What?
Just the humming of the pump.
I mean, you can adjust the RPM. Go even faster.
There we go. Now we're moving.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's probably 40 watts right there. Putting 40 watts right into the coolant. That's all the coolant that's in here. It's almost enough. I'll say that looks pretty nice.
Yeah, I like it actually. That green turned out alright now that it's in tubes. You're right.
The vibration that the camera can't hear is quite...
So this can go up even more.
No, that's it. It's at 5.
Oh,
Don't keep turning it. Yeah, it has an arrow. It's pointing that way. Well, that was uneventful.
I was going to try turning it down to see what...
Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't want to turn it down too much, but yeah. Yeah, we need some more coolant in here. Still a little more.
Does it have to be like full?
I mean, if you don't want it gurgling. I mean, also if you don't fill it up, you can get a water line, like, sort of etched into it. Which, that totally has never been done to that multiple times over and over again.
Well,
you can see how grungy it is. It's been very thoroughly cleaned, acid cleaned and everything. But, yeah, it doesn't stop the fact that it's been through the ringer.
sure.
What CPU, GPU? This is, what, 10700K?
10700K and a 39 or 3080
Strix.
from
Strix. Yeah, Asus 3080 Strix.
LHR, but
That doesn't really matter anymore. Nobody's mining coins on GPUs, but
and
The motivation behind this, it was what, at stock, getting like almost up to 100C? Yeah, so...
The CPU was not really a concern. It would get a little warm, and maybe warmer than the hope is here, but it was nothing that should be all that bad.
Yeah.
The GPU though, yeah, I mean, like, this thing, in order to run it at about 80, I had to turn the power down to 80%, and I also underclocked it by at least a few hundred megahertz.
I don't think you're here earlier in the stream, but if you scroll way back, we were pulling the thermal pads off of the 3080, the stock ones, and
it could have been better.
Those were not great thermal pads. I mean, I'd be surprised if you weren't cooking the RAM on that thing too. The GPU, the pace on there was pretty okay.
I mean, the hotspot was where it was getting 100, which is probably the memory, if I had to guess, because the CPU seemed to have a pretty good application, but...
Yeah. That's...
okay.
That is, like, all of the air out. That's too much, actually. Pull a little bit out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and put the plug on there.
Probably turn the power off, right?
No, you can leave it for now. Sometimes it can start backfeeding out the reservoir if you turn it off. I've had that happen one time where it just blew coolant out the reservoir, and I'm like, that's not great. I mean, it wasn't all of it or anything, but when the pump, like, wound...
This won't be a problem, right? This little air bubble on the return side?
No, I mean, it's
kind of a given.
It's slightly subpar, but, like, it's not going to affect anything. It'll just add more water lines to it.
Boy, I'm excited to see those fans go to work.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta imagine that's also reverberating through here. So you put this on carpet. See? Yeah. You're not gonna hear that, and you're not gonna run it that high.
It's really only sounding so loud because it's sitting on the washing machine, which is a reverb box.
Yeah, pretty toasty. 3080, especially 3090, VRAM. It's not uncommon for cards to have the VRAM sitting at like 100 under a lot of load. Not sure why. Mine doesn't do that anymore, but I also liquid cooled mine, so now it gets up to like 65, something like that.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna leave it at current settings and see how that does to the temps, because I recorded temps beforehand, and today when I was gaming this morning, trying to push it to its limit at current settings, I think I was getting both to about 72, which is really not that bad.
Yeah.
But it'll still be nice and interesting to see what this thing gets to under similar, really hard load.
I'm gonna turn that down to like, I don't know, 2.5. It's still flowing plenty of coolant, so we'll call it good. Yeah, turn it off and start plugging.
Time to actually put the PC together.
Yeah, start plugging things in so you get all your 8 pins. We're not going to use this extra SATA, I don't think.
I have to get the drives brought over.
Because you got SATA. Yep, drives are over there.
You said that there would be a bay for the hard drive?
Not presently, but I could. I'd rather not.
Okay. I'm fine with just having, if you can get this plugged into one of your servers, getting this evac, and I'll pull the data from a share if you can mount it out as that.
Yeah. Man, this is kind of a hassle.
Yep. What's up?
Just, I don't know, I'm trying to find a way to kind of deal with all this. untangle it a bit. There you go.
So you route the GPU power out back?
And then back in through the front.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's not a bad choice.
It's a choice. It's a choice for somebody somewhere.
A touch of your spaghetti.
Yeah, somebody wants touch of my spaghetti. That's right. You're learning.
Oh yeah, right.
Learning great life skills about shitty memes.
CPU and the other being
That one, and then the far away one. Yep.
the farthest away.
Yeah, so it's this one, number 2, number 4.
Huh? Why are those the best? I think the one that's closer to the CPU would be better.
Nope, you can look it up in the manual.
I trust you. I just.
Yeah, I mean, my board, if you do it the other way around, put in slots 1 and 3, it won't even post.
I've heard of such things that there are some boards that are so picky about RAM placement as to not even start
Yeah.
over it.
Oh, yeah. Oops. Don't lose the microphone.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby. Amateur hour. And you go like what, like this?
Yeah, as best you can. Really don't love those power connectors, but
Ooh. We got more spam. Can I ban them here? We can report them for spam. Unwanted commercial content or spam.
there you go.
I don't know if that got rid of them too or what. Refresh comments. Nope, they did not get rid of them. Block user. Yeah, you might have to kill the comments too. Not used to this whole streaming thing. And then I guess we can Velcro that together.
I removed the other 2 comments.
Huh?
I reported them for the one and removed the other 2.
Yeah.
Should be gone.
Where?
What are you looking for?
Yeah, bots are bad. Looking for my zip ties and such. I have a whole basket of like 1,000 of them. Need something. Where the heck did my...
It's probably the weirdest thing about this too. That it still clicks on both sides when you put the RAM in.
Yes.
But
Yeah, there is a spring-loaded thing inside the slot side that doesn't move. I have no idea where my zip tie's gone. Well, that's super not great.
there, well, RAM's back in.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Well, no zip ties today.
Not the biggest deal in the world, I guess.
Amateur hour.
It's not like my stuff was all that cable managed before.
Yeah.
It was somewhat cable managed, better than nothing, but
You can pull that off.
if I can figure it out. There we go.
We got one twist tie, so
Good old bread ties.
bread ties, twist ties. They don't bend the board.
I'm trying to, but
Clicked in? No, it's not. Hate these things. There, now it clicked in. You heard that too.
yeah.
Then you get your RPM wire for your pump. And fish it out the back.
And bots are nasty.
Yeah. And then you take your...
It's really funny when you think about it, too, that in most chats, you either don't catch it because there's probably a bit of a delay on chat and also good moderation, but on like a smaller chat like this, they just stick out like such a sore thumb and they're awful.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. What are you, Molex? You're Molex.
Yeah, I wasn't sure of a good way to cable manage that. Kind of a mess.
The other side. And you hide it over there.
Boy, that bottom of that card does look good, though, even though I'm not going to be able to see it.
Yeah. So you take that and you just stick it all over there. There you go. Cable managed.
We managed to cable it.
Yeah, the cabling has been managed to be accomplished. Yeah, it's kind of short, but I mean that's how it's. No, there's a little bit of length there. That's not super bad.
Not like the movie.
Well, that and not like strong bad.
Today we are going to be drawing a dragon. God, strong bad.
So now I'm probably
the one who draws like a perfect dragon, strong bad, knocks it out of his thing or lights it on fire. I can't quite remember. And just like, that was garbage.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's like the depressed character and just torn by that. It's like, no, his dragon was actually really good. Wait, are you blowing air down through the radiator and not pulling it up through?
It's going up. Label side goes up.
That's right. Label is coming towards you. I remember now.
What is it? Left hand, right hand rule, something like that. I'm just bullshitting you. That's for, like,
that's
atomic orbits and stuff.
Yeah. The spin.
No, it's not atomic orb. That's how inductors work.
Yeah, that's right. I remember my dad teaching me that one.
Yeah,
how the magnetic field works on electric cable.
Yeah, it goes this way and goes up.
Yeah.
A right hand rule. Other right.
Yeah, he's some idiot trying to hold their hand up like that.
Yeah, wrong right hand, idiot. Yeah. What else is left? Drives? I don't know, we should probably make sure it works.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to boot without the OS, but we can at least see if it...
Unless you didn't put your operating system in the M.2.
Oh, that's right. The OS is on the M.2. I forgot.
I was like, man, you're making me concerned. What is going on?
It's on the hard drive.
Yeah.
My games are on the NVMe, but I use the hard drive for the OS.
I've seen it. Where's the top?
To the case? Oh.
Yeah, top of the case.
No, that's not it.
No, it's over here. Put the top on there. And we'll grab a monitor. Very crappy one.
A monitor.
You got HDMI on there, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I've never used it on this card, but it should work. It's still covered. What is HD? Is that also HDMI? Oh yeah. How about that? Technically use the onboard HDMI too. Right?
What?
Or no, the onboard would be disabled once the card's in.
Depends on the board, but yes, usually that'd be how it do. Man, just everything. World holding up on there. You got any games on there or no?
Yeah. There's another partition that has games on it.
Okay.
You can go the whole 9 yards as long as you got a keyboard and monitor or a controller.
Yeah, I got controllers.
Oh no, where'd that green coolant come from? Just something leaking?
No, well, no, it's just, I don't think so. Yeah, it's not, could be, I don't know. Nope, that fitting's bad. That thing's leaking. Well.
This is a shitty time to find that out. Oh boy.
Yeah, well, that fitting gets come off now.
Camera's not supposed to be off. Yeah, I was kind of curious about that. So Elgato seems to have lost the phone. I don't know which side of the TV.
No, did the phone die? No, phone's on. It's just being bad. Well, hold on.
Well, we're not.
Yeah, the program was running it all. We're back now.
At least we're not leaking super fast, but
Yeah, that fitting needs to come out. I need you to get a one of those square glass containers from upstairs. I have to drain some of this, unfortunately.
big one or a small one?
The square ones, not the rectangle ones. Well. Yeah, fitting is no good. One of them's bad, but that's okay. We'll replace the fitting.
It's not one thing, it's another with this, huh?
Yep. Get your. Like this. Yep, that's definitely screwed up.
Hey. Well, we at least have a little bit of coolant to replace what's been lost.
Not much has been lost, just a tiny bit.
Hey, I can see why you have a problem with these fittings.
Yep. Actually, hold on.
I'll hold it up.
Well, that's not super great.
It's all just gonna come out the other side.
Not entirely, but kinda, sorta, yeah.
A good portion of it. It's gonna reverse feed because of pressure.
You could plug that.
Oh, sure. I got it.
Yeah, actually plug it off. Yeah, that works.
I'm just sitting there like the back pressure is, I just keep taking it, but you're right.
It's fine. It won't get hurt. Give me 2 seconds to find something.
Dang, you got even got VGA off that thing.
Huh?
You got component and VGA off of that thing.
Yeah, I mean, that TV's old.
Coolant does smell interesting.
Might be able to actually do it on top and just do a straight fitting. I was doing it that way because this 1/2 inch won't fit up here. Not next to each other, it won't.
Yours was 1/2 inch. This one's different though.
That's 3/8. 10 millimeter, I think. 10. Then we'll turn this around. the other way.
No, you're gonna get. Oh no, you won't get flowage.
Actually, I didn't need to do it that way. I just need to do that. That's what I needed to do.
Yeah, just the hose clamp.
Turn the hose clamp the other way and tighten it down.
Strip the hose clamp because they're known to love to do that.
Yeah, I know your opinion on them.
Oh yeah. My application of them also though just made no sense in comparison. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem.
Yep, this is a problem.
Oh,
Not that-
that's
It's fine. We'll be fine.
not. Like you said, it does wash out. So even if washing clothes later, then
Mildly,
throw the coolant out with the bath water or something
Yeah.
like that.
something like that.
Yeah, it's odd. My nose wants to describe that as sweet, but it is
It
also quite not.
It smells different than the orange stuff, I'll tell you that.
Man, kind of almost reminds me of like ice pops. What's wrong?
Just, these are annoying because they're not rotary. Not rotary at all. And we just tighten that down. And that's loosening, which is the problem that we've been trying to avoid.
Glad we caught that.
Yeah.
Just had that start leaking into the carpet and start noticing day 2 or whatever, like, oh, the coolant's a little low.
Oh, it's gone?
It wasn't leaking that fast, especially if you just let it sit still. It seemed to mostly leak once it was being, like, agitated.
Yeah. I hate these things sometimes. Actually, no, that works still. That works still. Yeah, this stuff definitely has a smell different from the orange stuff. And the microphone's blocked by the TV. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can still hear me. Maybe not. You haven't said anything, so maybe it's still good.
Have to fix it in post.
Yeah. Like that. There you go. Now you might be able to hear it. Yeah. There you go. Alright. Now, put the coolant back in the bottle again.
Funnel.
Yep, funnel. Shit's always a mess.
Should have bought the 5 liters coolant.
I think it'll be fine.
Worst case scenario, we mix a little bit of orange in there and we get funfetti.
Well, we know it's not going to leak up there, so we're going to probably do it live. Which way do you go? Yeah, that's on.
Oh! RGB.
Yeah.
RGB everything. Oh, there's the gurgle.
It's not really feeling super great either.
CPU installed. CPU fan speed error detected.
Yeah, there's no fan and tachometer plugged in. Come on, we're about to purge. Come on, purge.
Oh, it's real gurgly in the GPU.
Now it purged. There it goes. There you go. No more air. Not in the pump anyway.
Yeah.
Or it's not airlocked.
Looks like it's still working its way through the GPU, but it's getting less bubbly for sure.
It'll take its time. Another paper towel?
Ooh. That's the RAM clocked at 2133.
Yeah. Another paper towel, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Ugh, this feels disgusting on the hands. Yeah, let's find ourselves a keyboard. Now this thing's not leaking.
Why didn't it boot?
What?
Why didn't it boot? Just because of the CPU changes, or?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's your computer, man.
I mean, it detects the M.2. That is the OS drive.
Yeah, I don't know. Something with their firmware. I need to wash. Ugh, it feels disgusting on my hands. Ugh. Gross.
They got sugar in there.
No, it's like slimy. Ugh, gross.
I mean, it is green.
Yeah, it is green.
I guess while you're doing that,
I need to find a keyboard.
I'm gonna continue feeding and cooling, I suppose.
Where is my keyboard? My very, very crappy keyboard. It's upstairs.
Oh, I think that's about as good as that's gonna get.
Yeah, that does look nicely. A little graphics card with the bright lights through there.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'll give Valve cool. The lighting on the graphics card blocks are actually kind of nice. Yeah, you can hear that vibrating from upstairs.
Really?
Yes, you can hear that vibrating upstairs. Advanced. It's supposed to be 3200. Why is it set to 24?
So I told you I had to
clock
down the
clock.
RAM because when I was
you're
running
right.
4 sticks, like this board just could not take it. It would not boot.
Yep, you're right. We can turn this back down. You can kind of. I mean, that's also what the little rubber thing that I had under there.
I was gonna say, once that's under there and it's sitting on carpet, the thing's basically gonna be silent, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just want.
Other than the fans for the actual radiator, but even that should be fine.
Yeah, just stick this under there, and it won't vibrate so bad.
Yeah,
there you go.
silent.
Yep, almost.
Are the fans up top even doing anything?
No, which is a problem.
Yeah, I was gonna say that coolant's gonna start getting hot pretty quick.
Yep.
It's still fine for
Oh,
now.
it's got tons of thermal mass. It's not gonna get hot that quick. Let's save it.
Especially because we're not playing a game or anything. We're not making the system get.
Here is the.
Where'd you put the RAM at? 3200?
Yeah. Let's plug the.
Is that the speed of that?
Yes.
RAM? I thought I'd gotten 36, but.
Oh, they're turning now. Yeah, they're turning now. You can't even hear them. Pumps louder than the fans, you know.
I mean, that's the hope when you buy nice, fancy fans, I guess. And you vouch for those being
They're pretty good.
pretty damn good.
We'll just do manual. I guess we need a mouse for that. Well,
This is what you need to be. Oh, what a pain. Does that have a trackball in it?
what?
Does it have a trackball in it?
What does?
Does that? No, it's still laser. Okay.
It's an LED mouse from like 20 years ago. So Microsoft, everyone's seen one of these, you know.
I've seen ones that look similar to that, but still had the trackball back when I was a kid. So I wasn't sure if you had one of them.
I'd say those are worth money. These are like $10. Those are probably like $50 to $70. So what I typically do is I just
Leave it at 50% all the way across.
these are pretty low RPM. I'd probably actually, you know what you do? You go to DC, optimize all, and you let it. It'll like ramp the fans up like this and down, and try and figure out like how much voltage it is. Yeah, we got signs of life. These fans are. Who makes these? Nidec?
Yeah.
Gentle Typhoon fans. It's kind of like an old classic favorite of liquid coolers. They're not gaming fans. They're like straight up industrial fans. So like you can run them for 10, 15 years and they're not going to die.
Yeah.
None of that fancy hydrodynamic bearings. It's dual ball bearing, and that's kind of the end of the story. These are going? Yeah, they're going. Don't stick your finger in them.
Might hurt you.
Well, they're spinning slowly now, not necessarily for the entire test. $2020. What happened to your BIOS updates, man?
Haven't ran.
That's fair.
Haven't ran any issues, so haven't needed to. Haven't gone and looked for any BIOS updates.
Yeah, fair. Let's see how full is that. It's pretty full. Yeah, pretty full.
And when I was putting the cap back on it, I couldn't get any more fluid in there without it overflowing. So I was like, that's
Yeah, technically this is slightly too long, but
that's fine.
kind of, sort of, ish, kind of like that.
As long as the thing's sitting pretty level-ish on the bottom, I'm fine with that kind of welling up a little bit and just being kind of
Sitting pretty.
yeah.
So then we're gonna do
Above 70 degrees or 75 degrees C, it gets to decide, and fans will be going.
yeah, I guess so.
I mean, the temps should never really get that high, right?
I mean, that's the dream.
And if they do get that high, the fans probably should start working their ass off, because that's a a way to tell me that
Something's wrong.
yeah.
Okay, that's those fans. I would run those pretty aggressively.
What, the ones up top here?
The ones up front.
So what are these three being detected as CPU fan?
CPU. Top ones are CPU. Actually, you know what? Just go like that, and then... like that. Yeah, that definitely adjusted the fan speed. These really ought to run... I don't know. Let's try that.
I don't run those ones up top that aggressively.
I mean, they're not that fast anyway. Full speed, does it... I don't know. Let's reboot it and see what it does.
So we can find out that the RAM caused it to fail the post.
Yeah.
That'd be sad.
We can kind of tilt the camera up a little bit. Actually, might go just do that. I don't think your board likes posting at 3200 megahertz. Either that or you need a BIOS update. Does it eventually like fail out?
It should just go back and say that the previous changes it didn't like. So we might have to redo all that fan stuff. I probably would have done that separate from the RAM, but it's whatever.
Yeah. Oh.
F2.
Yeah. Push F1 probably.
Post and save mode. Yeah.
You
didn't
probably
like
need
that.
BIOS updates for it to work right. Yep, you have to do it manually. B460H gaming.
You know? You really think that our lack of BIOS update caused that type of issue? It's worth a try. Yeah. I'm aware. I mean, I know how much you make it work, and I've had hours if you were paid dime.
Not quite like that.
I know you're not expecting me to pay you for a day's work, but
$160.
but you're gonna get your fair share. If you wanna go and get the good old lunch special over at Pandora. You accept the images? I don't know if there's a specific. Well, no, we're not doing that.
Let's do a BIOS update. I don't know if Mr. Sausage Boot's still around. I don't trust YouTube to tell me who's around correctly. I think we might have to reboot. Nope, there it is. We can do it. Do your BIOS update.
Yeah, 2021.
Yeah.
Oh, another year.
Yeah, no updates this year. It's kind of weird because I'm pretty sure Intel's had new security vulnerabilities that you had to patch in system firmware.
Rip.
Yeah, I don't know.
Asus just doesn't care.
I'm not gonna speculate too much.
Yeah. It would be nifty if this actually fixed that issue. I still probably would just run the 2.6 because I don't need 4, but
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily start mixing capacities. That you're not mixing speeds and timings, at least.
yeah, that I wouldn't have done.
Yeah, that can get a little squirrely.
I originally had the 2.8s in there. That was not enough, so I bought the 2.16s. It was like, well, we'll just add them on.
Yeah.
And I think I bought another 2.16s, and those were the ones that went with my old system. And these are all my old system's RAM in this one. That other RAM is yeah, probably gonna get sold, I guess. Makes sense. Not like I'm doing anything with it.
Yeah. I'd say, was that RAM expensive? Vengeance Pro? Not
Put
really.
it all on sale, but
Okay.
probably more expensive than just boring old, not RGB, not fancy RAM. But
Yeah.
especially at the time, I was kind of bought into the idea of having everything be in the same, what is it, Corsair space in that regard, because the lighting software lights all of that the same. It can recognize it all and apply profiles to it all.
Yeah, but that's the only Corsair thing you had.
Keyboard, mouse,
Oh, keep the peripherals. Okay.
yes.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another problem with RGB and gaming computers is
Yeah, that's not actually done by the RGB controller, so if the rest of your system is on a different...
well, it's just like, you know, if you have like NZXT stuff and Corsair stuff and, you know, your Asus shit, and like everybody got to have their own software to control it.
Yep.
You can't use one to control all the other ones. No one can agree on like a standard or something, unless you stick like an Arduino in there. Yeah, I don't know. Probably part of it's BIOS update procedure. I hope so, or this is going to get a lot longer. Maybe it's still failing to post with the timings. I don't know.
We didn't reapply the timing, though.
Oh. I mean, we didn't have a power failure, so... oh, there it goes, green.
Green light, yeah,
Alright.
I'd like to see that.
BIOS updating Aura LED firmware. Just what you needed. Just what the doctor ordered.
We could try resetting it, see what happens.
Oh, it's still going. Calm down.
It had,
yeah,
the word reset on the screen.
Yeah, you're
Reset
right. You're right, yeah. Reset it.
Hit the shutdown button.
Yeah.
Don't finish reading the line. I saw the word shutdown. Okay. So we want to try just doing the RAM first, or?
We could try just the RAM. I mean, I think the fans might have kept... huh? No. Wow.
Not at all.
That's pretty bad that they can't segment that away. Yeah, let's just try the RAM first, see if we can get it to go.
Target cache frequency 4300.
Actually, can I just get the XMP? Like, that's really what I'm looking for, is XMP. They have a search? Yeah, they do. XMP. Yeah, there's no XMP. Yeah, it could just be a timing problem. It's not adjusting the timings. It's like, yeah, just grab one of the other ones that has the timings on it. No, I need the rest of the timings. Just bring it over here.
What, you need like the 16,
Yeah.
16, 36?
Yep, all that.
I think that's what I just read.
Just see it.
16, 18, 18, 36.
Well, that's definitely not what it says.
Hopefully this RAM's the same timings.
I don't remember what each number was because Google it. Where's your phone? RAM timings, because they're giving me 4 numbers and yeah, that's 36, which makes sense. What are the first 3 numbers in RAM timing?
CAS latency.
Yep, that's the first one.
That's the first one.
Yep, got that.
Then TRCD, the time it takes to read memory after the memory is ready.
Hold on. TRCD.
Yeah, the first one's CL. Then TRCD, then TRP, then TRAS.
Which one's TRAS?
The fourth number, the 36.
What were the second 2?
It's TRCD and TRP.
What does that stand for?
Row pre-charge time.
Bro, pre-charge time.
CAS latency, row column delay, row pre-charge time, and row active time.
How can there not be XMP in this damn thing?
Memory training algorithms?
Yeah, it can like further optimize it. Yeah, I don't see... It's either that or it's not exposing the timing for that. I mean, we could try that at 16, 16, 36. Command rate's not what we're looking for. If not, we'll try 18, 18, 36. See what that does. Nope, that's still rebooting.
It's freaking wild.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, this is what you get with Intel with RAM overclocking. They kind of don't believe in a whole lot of it outside of the Z series boards, which I thought you might have, but you don't.
No.
You have a very fancy cheap board.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I think we had talked about it. It was like, you really don't need to go super crazy on the board, and this one had most of what I was kind of looking for.
It's not wrong. Change one more thing. Maybe the voltage is wrong. That could be it too. It's not 1.2. It's 1.35. That definitely could do it too. Yep, 1 point. Come on. 1.3. It's a drop down. Try that. Better now? No, not better now. We'll try 18, 18, 36.
That seems to be what this thing is saying here anyway.
Is what?
It's like that they... No, because that's just based on one piece of RAM. If I gotta run at a lower megahertz too, whatever, I guess. Just
Drop you down to 3,000, see what that does. And go to 18.
It's just always perplexed me. I really don't know what's going on or how to troubleshoot that, because all it really just says is last time we tried it and it didn't boot.
Yeah.
Kind of frustrating.
The reason why I typically don't screw around with a lot of RAM overclocking, it's I don't screw around with a lot of overclocking actually. It's kind of a hassle at this point.
Yeah.
Still doing it? No, lights are off. Well, what does that mean? Oh no.
This one just never comes back.
Oh no. That's very strange. I don't think this thing actually had a reset button for the... No, I did plug it. Oh, I didn't plug in all the front panel. Well, off you go. Lights turned off. Got white light. Green. Better now? No.
Yeah. Did not like that.
You do 2933. Let's set it 1836. DRAM voltage set to 1.35.
Yeah, I think that's why I set it to such a low number as I did. Was just like I'm sick of fiddling with this.
Oh, whoa, that worked. That did not fail.
2933, I guess.
At 1836 CPU fan speed error.
Which is expected.
Well, sort of. I might be able to actually fix that. Yep, let's look on the back. Nope, that will not work.
I don't get why it's complaining about CPU fan speed. Can't it tell the CPU fan speed? Because that's what the CPU fan curve goes to, is those top fans.
Yeah, but it's not reading the RPM. Not presently. Too short. There's a longer one that is intended for 3 pins. And has no... That does have an RPM sense. Now it might read RPM. Yeah, now it does. Okay. Okay, so we don't need to do anything. Your resizable bar isn't on. That's curious. It's a thing that makes these go faster, the graphics card. Resizable base address register.
What's that?
Just better Google it. Call it resizable bar for short. Yeah, posts at 2933. I'm not terribly surprised that it won't go super high. mean, the benefit of that's a little bit less on Intel. Well, if you want to log in, you can.
Sure.
Point it away.
Ooh, that resolution.
Yeah, it's 720p.
Let's go ahead and try and get that closed. Alt F4. There.
So you need internet to log on to something.
Just trying to get the Discord, which
Will
yeah,
Steam start offline or no?
should. Yeah, you just
Alt F4 the Discord and start Steam.
Okay.
It says a bar computing.
You have Cinebench on here?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, if
And
you do, it's
HW, it's gonna be through Steam.
Cinebench?
Actually, I might not have Cinebench. I think I just have, what's the other one that,
Oh, Steam is out to lunch today.
it's trying now, but now it's trying to connect to my account, so you have to give it a second to
Oh,
fill
the
thing.
The LED
So-
control's working. Stopped strobing.
It's just stuck on some default now.
Yeah, I don't think they offer Cinebench through this.
No,
Yeah.
it's another one of the benchmarks. If you switch it from here,
Oh, tools, probably?
yeah, go from
Yeah.
games to turn off games. You're getting games and tools. It's either tools or software. Do software instead, because it should be like a small list. Yeah,
3D Mark. Nope. It's not even installed. How about that? It might have to be on one of those.
Yeah, it must have been either on the SSDs or on the hard drive.
Yeah.
Probably not on the hard drive, but
Plug the network in. And plug it in over here.
while we're at it, not a bad idea to start monitoring. Here. It's gonna be much better to handle this way because it's so frustrating. Go away. No. Go away. I hate when Twitter notifications do that shit.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Fucking wild. Sure, App Store. Oh, that's Mac's App Store. How about Microsoft? Did I miss it? Yeah, there it is. Down from Microsoft. Hopefully your Microsoft Store is working. Yep, looks like it's working. Get. And we'll probably grab 3D Mark as well.
Alright, I already have it through Steam. Oh,
Cool.
just you mean download it?
Yeah.
Thought you meant go and download it off the site or whatever.
No. Big boy. Let's see, you do have HW monitor. How are we doing on CPU? CPU is at 50? I don't know if that's 45, 50. I don't
Idle
know.
seems a little warm, but
I don't know if that's good or horrible with Intel. It's been a while.
like I said, as far as I understand from what I've been getting,
Let's see how hot it gets. Here it goes.
it's about on par with where I'd expect it to normally be with air cooling, but I'm
Six.
hoping to see it stay cooler with water.
I mean, pump speed might be a little low. 60, less than 70. What were you getting on the Noctua?
I mean, it was better than the 72 I was getting this morning.
Yeah. Not a lot.
We knew the CPU, though, with that, given that block, was probably not going to be super duper better.
Yeah. I'm not going to run it for 10 minutes, but some of this also could be that you just, I don't know, does this have D-lid problems? I don't think it does. I think this is after Intel's stupidity with that. Yeah, I mean, 60, 72. And what were you getting 72 in, like, games?
Yeah, like I was running it in
Wow.
just about the hardest thing I could imagine to throw at it, because it's what I've always... I remember back in the day when I was playing, and they might have made the game a bit more efficient on resource than when I played back then, but Forza Horizon is unbelievably
Yes.
unfair to systems.
Yeah.
So I threw that at it, and like I said, I was getting 72 across the board, both on GPU and CPU.
And is the GPU stock, or do you have to apply not apply
It's
stuff?
still, yeah, it's still on. Should have the...
What do you want?
So I mean,
Is this normal mode or something you change?
it's still underclocked, and the power should be...
What do you put it at? Default?
Power target actually seems to be up. Because it was at 80.
How do you put it back to default?
Just go to default mode.
Okay. I mean, I've never used their software.
It's working on it.
Now we take the flash drive out. That is very done.
It is impressive how quiet that is, though.
Wow, was yours like way louder?
With those two 15s on the front? Shit, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah, they were loud.
Yeah.
And like I said, from on occasion, they would scrape. So then it would be...
Yeah, I guess we'll run regular time spy. I don't. This isn't a 4K screen, so do not include demo. Stress test. Sure.
Throw it through the ringer.
Yeah. The clothes ringer.
Yeah.
I think that's still 100%. I don't know. They don't spin very fast.
Yeah.
At full speed. I don't know what temperature we're at, but
Won't know until the test's done. We'll have to...
I was gonna do 20 loops of it, but we can probably quit after one.
maybe feel it now. It's like ever so slightly warmer than the.
You're not gonna feel a whole lot.
No.
You'll eventually feel it coming out of here. You go at it for a good long while, and yeah, you'll feel it.
You're gaming for like 4 or 5 hours.
Maybe like half an hour. You start feeling it. And there's still a lot of capacity.
Yeah. And even at
Yeah, it
that
feels a little
point-
warm now. If you touch the copper.
Even at that point, it's still plenty good at keeping it cool.
Yeah.
It's probably still well cooler than what the air would have been.
Let's say your power supply's fan just turned off. Here's your eco mode.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna call that good enough. Let's see what it did. How'd we do?
Max. I mean, that's way cooler. Holy smokes. The
48.
memory's still getting pretty hot, but like the
That's
fact that the
fine.
hotspot's somehow cooler than the memory.
How long does it test to test? Does Forza have a built-in test?
It does not. I think the best built-in test that I have that I could throw at it would maybe be to load up if it's installed on any of the drives that I can find, which is just the NVMe, would be Total War Warhammer 2.
Okay.
As far as I understand it, that one's a pretty brutal stress test. Steam's top, all the way left.
I'm just trying to think.
Oh, we didn't pass the stress test.
Yeah, we didn't go through 20 rounds of stressing. Or it'd be Steam?
Yeah. Need to go back to games. Should be in my favorites. We'd be looking for Forza, so F. Nope. I would have thought that was on my G drive. Guess not.
We're not gonna install it. It's 132 gigs.
Oh yeah, it's gonna take a while. Not long on our internet, but long enough. Warhammer's gonna be a little farther down. It's gonna be not in my favorite section. It's in Warhammer section.
Jesus.
No, it's not installed either. It's on one of my other SSDs as well.
Okay, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean,
But I mean, the proof's in the pudding there. The memory definitely still gets rather warm, but like that's fine. Everything else there though, that's really cool. That's
yeah,
crazy.
So, I don't know, let's take this off its stand. And we can go like that. And pull that off. So these are the final numbers. Come on, focus. So max of 48 for the GPU, running a couple rounds of 3D Mark, and CPU, what did we end up at? Am I blind? I am a little blind.
CPU.
There it is.
Yeah, 72.
So max 72, not super great, but better than we had before. That was running Cinebench.
And I mean, that's at least, at worst, that's on par with the air cooler. And like was said, that wasn't the expectation to get super cool CPU temps. We kind of knew going into it that that was not the best CPU cooler in the world. And
Yeah.
might have to temper expectations on CPU temps in the end.
Yeah. Nope, it's not focused anymore. Might have focused it. Give it a moment. Takes a while. There it goes.
I was going to say, do the hand trick.
An improvement. Well, that's about it. It's 11:49 at night.
Started at round 6.
Thanks for playing with us, and we're just gonna end the stream unless you got questions. Sorry, it's amateur hour and not good camera angles. This is a iPhone using Elgato's, what is it called? It's like Epoch Cam, and it streams over Wi-Fi to OBS, believe it or not. And then Audio-Technica microphone on a stand with a 30-foot extension cable.
Yeah, Epoch.
So. Yeah, open loop's kind of a daunting thing. You can get kits and stuff that kind of have everything to like liquid cool a CPU, and then GPU you'd have to buy that separately. That's the only other piece. None of this is a kit. Most of these are reused pieces, except the graphics card block. New tubing, but reused all the fittings, the pump. CPU block's old, been sitting in my drawer. Yeah, I kind of moved past kits. Been doing it since like 2009. So. Well, we're going to end the stream. Thanks for coming, and have a great day, because I know y'all are in different parts of the world.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Yeah.
Good old Truman special.